Hello, welcome everyone, and welcome to Hacking HR's AI Experience Summit. We're on day number 2. Are you as excited as we are? My name is Danielle LePage, and I am Hacking HR's Chief Learning Officer, and I'm tuning in here from sunny Playa del Carmen in Mexico. And we would love to know where you are tuning in from in the world, so please feel free to drop it in the comments. And are you new to the Hacking HR community? If you're new, you can comment new. And if you've tuned in before, we would love to know in a word or two what you did. What was your experience like? Maybe you completed a learning program. Let us know. We also have some team members in here from Hacking HR live in the chat. So if you're a little patient with us today, we will jump in and get you a response. If you have any questions or comments or anything like that, please feel free to drop it in that comment section and we will get right to you. All righty. Yesterday, we talked about leadership, readiness, and trust. Today, we're going to do something a little bit different. Today, we execute. All right. Are you guys ready to execute? We're going to show you what it actually looks like to move from strategy to real measurable value. I want to thank our sponsors for helping us make this summit possible. HiBob, Talent Lab, Workday, Preflight AI, and Papaya Global. HiBob and Talent Lab are actually representing today as panelists inside these conversations. And stay tuned until 11:30 Pacific time because we're going to have a live workshop from Talent Lab. I'm excited. And you're going to build something today. How cool is that? Before we hop into the first panel, just a little reminder for you. Check out the AIXsummit.com. And maybe one of our team members will drop our website into the chat. And please officially register for this 3-day summit if you haven't taken the minute to do so already, because once you do, you get all access to all sorts of goodies, including 3 months of free Read AI. Thanks, Read AI. Once you are all enrolled as a free member of Hacking HR, you'll receive a certificate of completion, a digital one that you can post and tell your friends about for attending this 3-day summit. Even better, if you're a Hacking HR Premium or Premium Plus member, you'll receive that digital certificate of completion, HR education credits, and a digital Pearson badge. And everyone will get access to an ebook about the summit containing all the key insights and HR resources early next week. So it's really important that you officially register for this summit on our website so we can package up all of these gems and send them to you. All righty, so let's get to it, shall we? I'm going to ask that Brandon joins us on the stage to moderate the first conversation of the day. Hey, Brandon, how's it going?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Are you excited to meet your panelists this
So
morning?
excited. We're so excited for this conversation.
Okay, I'm going to let you kick off from pilots to platforms, build it to scale from the start, and we'll see you a little bit later.
Perfect. Thank you, Danielle. All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here, whether it's early or late where you are. Today, we're going to talk about AI pilots and how can we get them from pilot to actually effectively working at scale. Probably many of you have experienced this or seen this where you've got an AI pilot, you're doing your best to get it out there, and it seems like it's going well with that initial group and it seems promising. And then you try to take it wider and it's hard. Things stall, there are blockers, there's reasons that people don't adopt. The energy does not go broader than that initial pilot. And people just kind of keep working the way that they were before. So we're going to talk about that gap between how you get from pilot to something working at scale, and how you can plan for that. We've got some really experienced folks here on our panel who have seen this a few times, and we can dig into this for the next about 35-40 minutes. So let's bring our panelists in, and we'll have each of you guys introduce yourselves. Wonderful, wonderful to see you all. So we will go around. I will do a Brady Bunch based on where you are on my screen. If you guys just tell us what's your name, what do you do, and tell us about your recent experience bringing AI into organizations. Diana, let's start with you.
Thank you, Brennan. Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon if you're in Europe. I'm London-based. I want to say what a privilege to open day 2, talking about scale and execution. And given I'm based in London, I wanted to say welcome to AI Experience Live in London early in the week. We hope Hacking HR becomes a more permanent feature in the London event kind of ecosystem. So I'm Diana Piva, Chief People Officer. I've built my career working alongside CEOs for a couple of decades now in environments where there's a clear expectation to deliver, primarily in private equity-backed environments or in startup high-growth contexts, where I needed to work to align leadership, simplify structures, build out execution discipline for the ambition. And the past 6 years, I've worked for a global tech leader and also built last year startup pilot platform to consolidate multiple businesses. Most recently, I'm co-founder of Element AI, which is a behavioral intelligence platform, AI, that measures leadership and synergies within teams. So I'll be bringing to the discussion 2 lenses. One is the commercial as a practitioner, and the second is as an AI founder. And maybe just 2 things to add to the discussion, because I've just come back from a big conference. There's huge complexity. I think we operate, whilst the team is we're in the same challenge, as Brennan, you mentioned. Currently, there's so much complexity within organizations at the moment, and so many contextual specific and leadership maturity elements that hopefully now we have a broader panel and the solutions or the topics we discuss really resonate with the audience. And the second one, my thesis really for today is I'll be framing this not so much on a technology side, but more from a kind of people capability side, so leadership capability, and really seeing it, how can we all as leaders see that as a real economic participation opportunity to shape what's next.
Awesome. Thank you, Diana. Michelle, let's move to you. Who are you? What do you do? Tell us about your experience with AI experience adoption in organizations.
Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Strasburger. I am in Northern New Hampshire on the Canadian border, and I am the CEO of HR Rebooted. Here we do AI governance for organizations. So we have a SaaS platform that helps organizations build out their framework and then operationalize governance where the work is being done with either chat, vibes, or agents, and also workflows.
Awesome.
And so we're helping organizations bring adoption through governance.
Perfect. All right, Malvika, let's move to you. Introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. I'm Malvika. I'm based in Chicago. I'm traveling today and I'm in London, but I'm normally based in Chicago. I'm the founder of a human capital advisory firm called Acvis Group, which is driven by the core belief that to win in the marketplace, businesses must first win in the workplace. And we work on all things people, but specifically lately, a lot of my focus has been helping CEOs and boards translate AI through the human leadership and governance lens. Lovely to be here with you all.
Awesome. And Pietro, thank you so much for making it. I know you had a tight turnaround from your last meeting. We were just going around introducing ourselves. So just tell us who you are, what you do, and a little bit about your experience bringing AI into organizations.
Absolutely. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm Pietro Mazzoleni. I work for IBM. I'm in HR and I drive people data and analytics platform and work. My experience is mostly focused on deploying AI solution within IBM in the space of HR. How do we make our people data available with the right governance in helping using AI to make the right decision at scale?
Perfect. Awesome. And I will share, I guess, a little bit about myself as well before we jump in. I'm Brannon Skillern. I run Cornelian Collective. We offer fractional HR and flexible talent acquisition services, but more recently, we've moved into delivering AI enablement solutions to businesses that actually stick, where employees actually learn how to use the tools that companies are providing to them and change how they work, which is not always easy, but it's super fun. So let's just jump in. So we're talking about piloting, like with any technology, any new implementation, we often are going to pilot something. Let's talk about why this is so hard. Pietro, why, in your experience, why do you think AI pilots can just stall out and die at the pilot stage? Like, what is breaking that keeps us from taking it all the way?
Look, multiple aspects, but if I need to focus on one of them, it's probably not technology. Technology usually works. What really breaks is the operating model. Lack of a business owner, no adopter strategy, no funding model, or no clarity of how this one will integrate it into the daily workflow. So when we actually look at deploying and building new agent or new AI solution, one thing we're doing, despite the fact we are delivering internally, is really look at product ownership and go-to-market strategy. Who is the target audience? Just saying everybody is not good enough. What is the value we're going to bring? Why they are going to pay to use it? Just saying, oh, this is a cool technology is not good enough. And then you need to move forward is what is the market opportunity? Which gap, in the terms both of which gap we are trying to address and how much in terms of monetary value is this gap about? Who are our business partner? Who do we need to work with to make this AI solution successful? Work with in a sense that they work with us and they also gain value. Who is our competitor? Competitor, again, could be somebody who does the work for them today manually. Some work that they build themselves. Those are our competitors which prevent our solution to scale. The go-to-market strategy, the cost of lost opportunity. What if we don't do it? So we are on this scenario where makes many pilot track usage. Oh, people are using it. That's not the way to track it. The way to make it scale, it's really to look at it as a product and are we really making long-term business value out of it? Are we going to make better decision because of the solution?
Yeah, absolutely. That makes a ton of sense. I love what you're saying about all those competitors. Like we think about it, a competitor as external, like an external vendor technology, but it's all of the ways of working today, all the things that people might be doing instead internally. Michelle, talk to me about what you see in your work. Like adoption numbers are just say they stay really low, even when it's a great platform and you might have some champions. So what do you see as missing from the equation?
Yeah, I like to piggyback on what Pietro said. I think we miss the human element, right? This is a change management initiative, and it's not just we're rolling out technology. It's not that, oh, everybody gets an AI system and now you're good and you're ready to go. There's a lot more that has to happen to drive enablement and adoption. And that, for me, I believe is part of the governance process, really setting up your governance committees, having your policies, training on your policies. And also, I believe that that decision-making is going to be flattened out in organizations. And so your frontline people are going to be using AI to make decisions on a regular basis. We're giving them, AI gives everybody so much more access to information. And so how are we training people and getting people ready so that we can trust that they're making good decisions and that they're using AI responsibly? And I think we're missing out on that. There was a really great example, this organization in Japan called Tissay Corporation, and they rolled out their AI with a governance lens. So they rolled out AI with governance, and they have 90% adoption and innovation happening at all levels in the organization. And right now we're seeing only about 30 to 35% in most organizations. So I really believe that's the missing link.
Yeah, that's really, really powerful. 90%, that's unheard of, AI aside. That's really amazing. So just more practically speaking, right? Whenever we're figuring out how we're gonna, select the right platform and the right approach that's gonna actually work for the whole company. I'm sorry, actually let's talk about before we get to that, sorry. Before we even measure, how it's getting adopted, right? Like the 90% number. We often aren't figuring out whether it's going to be worth adopting. So I guess, Diana, this is a point that you've made a lot. Like, how do we do this? What's the right question to ask before you actually launch into a pilot and actually scale it?
I think, thank you for that. I think it's great we cover kind of the product and the human assessments or evaluations. And I think Michelle and Pietro really made very compelling points here. But I think also adoption, it's a little bit of a lagging sometimes indicator for me, because we need to remember we operate in a very controlled environment within our organization. So that's if we only measure adoption, which is a product success, it kind of measures friction in certain elements. But ultimately, I think we need to start with that value real metric creation and that business case for that. And I think before we even think about taking it on a bigger scale, I think that business strategic case is what is the business metric that really matters? What is the evidence that what we're trying to do will do that? And if we've done it in a small pilot scale, are we able to see that difference? And that goes to all users, not just business metrics, but even what is that delivering different for our employees, for the teams that use it? What does that enable? And then only when we have that confidence of clear evidence that we can generate that repeatable value, then it becomes a platform we can fully embed. So I think it all starts with that value creation metrics at the start, not post implementation.
Yeah, I love that. So then, bringing it down to a practical level, if we know this thing has got to work for all of our users, it's got to bring that value. Where do organizations actually need to start? Michelle, can you start us off?
Yeah, I just, to piggyback on what Diana said, I think the strategy is a really great place to start. I also think you have to think about readiness. And so I like to share an example. I was in an organization and they piloted, this is kind of very basic example, but they piloted Gmail. So we were moving from Outlook to Gmail, and they piloted it within the human resources team, and everything went well. And then they launched it to the rest of the organization. But they assumed, since everybody's used email, that they're going to be fine on Gmail, and they didn't really do anything to see if the organization was ready. And the CEO at the time was totally against it and did not like Gmail when he started using it. And so he had IT put everything from Gmail back into Outlook. And so he was using Outlook. So you had a mess in the organization where some people were using the Google platform and some people were using Microsoft, and there wasn't any cohesive thing. So the organization just wasn't ready for it. And so I think that's a really big piece. And then as far as governance goes, we need, as Pietro said, we need somebody that's going to own it. And I kind of struggle to say own it, because then people get like land grabs happen. But really, we believe that AI is an orchestra, and you need to have a conductor. And so ownership really needs to be at the C-level, like Diana said, with the strategy and what's the value we're going to get out of it. But then you need somebody that's going to orchestrate all the different pieces and pull all the different departments together, because this does impact every department in the organization. We believe that it needs to be HR, but it can be other parts of your organization. But pulling decision makers together. How do we look at this? What are the policies we want to set up? What are the risks that we're worried about? And you need to have the right people at the table for that. It's not just one person.
Absolutely. Pietro, what have you seen at IBM? How have you managed to work towards an AI ecosystem that is evolving, and it's not like a junk drawer of disconnected tools, because you've got, different groups doing different things. They have different objectives. How do you keep everybody on the same page architecturally?
So this is one of the questions I usually get when I talk to some of our IBM clients on this is, are my people data ready for AI? Is my governance, what governance do I need to get AI working? To me, it's all about key principle and clarity on where do you want to go. When it comes of data, as example, you don't need all the data to be perfectly aligned, but you need to make sure that when a new AI solution is getting built, it's getting built out of data from a source that you trust, that is trusted, the one existing, instead of creating the whole stack by yourself. So start peeling off the architecture one layer at a time. You need the data, you need to get it from the source. If it's not ready, the source needs to be updated only for what is needed. And when the data is updated, you actually follow a standard to make sure that it grows homogeneously over time. Governance, you don't need a full governance in place because governance is evolving as well. So especially when it comes to HR, governance is not about setting gates, but guardrail. So where do we want people to follow so we get into a scenario where we remain compliant? And when it comes to technology itself, it really depends on your organization. In a medium to large size organization like ours, for us, the keys remained in having an hybrid solution. Understand up front how each piece of technology coming together in your overall strategy, which can evolve, but you need to know it so that when a new technology come in, you know how this one fits. And we shouldn't be afraid of killing technology that even though they look great, and they're probably great, they don't fit into your strategy going forward. If you are a medium-sized to small company, maybe you need to consider going all in with one of the vendors. In the space of HR, all the large HR vendors are offering this. And they have partners who build solution on top of the HRIS or the HR solution. However, one thing to keep in mind when you take this approach is running into the risk that you create a silo solution of agents or AI solutions. Remember, when you think about people data, it's not only HR consuming it. It's finance, supply chain, it's development, all of them need this data. So we need to remain open of getting this data and getting AI built outside of our own silo. So that's key principle, clear vision, and not be afraid to say no.
Yeah, I also think, Pietro, I think that's fantastic. I think also kind of starting small, right? To your point, you don't need to have this grand system. And I think that's where organizations are falling short today. I mean, they're making these rash decisions, right? And then they're peeling them back because they realize, oh, we can't move forward without that. So I think maybe taking those small steps, you don't have to boil the ocean, right? So taking those small steps and in where do we start with governance and how do we get there, right? With the end in mind.
And don't think that it's free. It's not free.
Right.
It's expensive.
So true. So true. Malvika, let's move to you. What about the risks? Like if we're not thinking about all of this from the start, how this is going to scale, how the different technologies might work together as they evolve, what are we going to be facing down the road?
Yes, and I also want to address something that was brought up in the chat by Ferzine, who says, how do we help organizations or teams slow down to understand the basics before they accelerate? And I think, when I go into organizations, one of the things that I notice quite frequently actually is often CEOs and executive teams have not really spent enough time in these tools. And they think their role is to send a memo and declare we are now an AI first company, and that's it. And I think it's super important for executive teams to roll up their sleeves and not necessarily become AI engineers overnight, but understand enough about how this technology works so that they can shepherd and guide the AI transformation within their organizations. Because when you don't do that, you have a huge disconnect between leadership and the front lines. So I will often hear, frontline folks say things like, I don't think our CEO or our leadership understands this technology, or I don't think they understand my role or my department. And they think we can replace our entire marketing team with AI. And there's no way we can replace this part of the job because it's human. So I think that is one part of it. There has to be a bottom-up sort of grassroots approach to AI adoption, but there also needs to be a top-down role modeling approach. The other thing I will say is it's super important for CEOs and executive teams to set the strategic direction. So how are we thinking about AI in our organization? There's a AI thought leader by the name of Nathaniel Whittemore, and he talks about efficiency AI and opportunity AI. And efficiency AI is, using AI to do what we've been doing in the past, faster, better, cheaper. And then you have opportunity AI, which is you're going to use AI to really explore the art of the possible, to really explore how can we expand into new markets? How can we introduce new product lines? How can we serve customers that we weren't able to serve before with the use of AI? And it's super important for leadership to set that strategic direction on how we think about AI usage. And some folks might say, well, we want both. We want efficiency AI and we want opportunity AI. And that's great. But then you need to treat the two differently, right? You wouldn't treat your innovation arm or your venture capital arm the same way that you treat the running of your day-to-day business and the day-to-day operations. The risk appetite, the operating model, everything needs to be different for how you think about opportunity AI versus efficiency AI. So lots more thoughts on this, but that's for a bit. It's leadership role modeling, and then the strategic direction for how we want to deploy AI and how we think about using AI to create value in our business.
Yeah, that I love that distinction between opportunity AI and efficiency AI, because it really is two completely different conversations, and we conflate them all the time. Malvika, let's stick with you. Are companies are they really genuinely redesigning how work happens, which could be the efficiency side or the opportunity side of AI, or are we just like sticking AI onto our existing workflows and saying, great, like we checked the box and we did it?
For the most part, I think a lot of organizations are still stuck in this mode of dropping licenses, AI chatbot licenses on top of people and saying go. Or in other cases, even if they did attempt to upskill people or rethink their operating model, they may have done that 2 or 3 years ago, and that thinking may already be out of date. And so what I like to emphasize to CEOs and boards is that this is an ongoing conversation. This is an ongoing process. You can't rethink your workflows or rethink your operating model once and say, okay, now, we're done. And another part of rethinking the operating model is also thinking about how do we prioritize the right workflows? Like, where do we start? And a lot of organizations are kind of stuck there. And so I like to bring in a very simple framework of, you sort of map your workflows. On the vertical or y-axis, you have your business value. On the x-axis, you have your feasibility. So what is feasible from a technological perspective, from a regulatory perspective, right? Perhaps you're in an industry where healthcare, for example, where 80% reliability or 90% reliability or accuracy is not good enough. Whereas in another industry, it may be acceptable. So what is that feasibility? And then what is the business value? And then you have your low, medium, and high feasibility and low, medium, and high business value. And so you plot your use cases or your business cases onto this sort of 3x3. And that is a really simple and elegant framework to use to start to understand where can we create some real value. And the last thing I will say on this is it's not a bad thing if some pilots don't work out, right? That's kind of the point of pilots. Not all of them are going to work out. And so it's important to sort of take those learnings and run with them and codify those learnings, because now we are in a moment where Pietro kind of alluded to this earlier. We're now in a moment where we need to start to codify the learnings and the knowledge of our organizations such that AI can build upon those and AI agents can use those to create value. So if something doesn't work out, great, codify it, take the learnings and move on to the next pilot.
Absolutely. And that is not easy to do, right? And so in terms of just like back to sort of some governance and accountability for how, how we get these pilots moving and to be successful, Michelle, I know, from a governance lens, what has to exist before you can take it to the next level and scale it? But what can you actually wait on and add later on, kind of more piecemeal, right? We don't want to, like you said, we can't boil the ocean and get it all done before we even start. Like we got to start moving. But where is that line in your experience?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think your governance strategy will dictate some of that, and that needs to tie to your overall AI strategy and your organizational strategy. I think the best place to start is to start with a governance committee, and then you'll start to peel back all of the different areas that you need. You can start with a policy, knowing that these things will change and iterate over time. As you learn, you'll update and change your policies. And then I think, as Malvika was saying, the use cases. And I would also tie the risk to those use cases. And then how are we mitigating those risks? Is it human oversight? Is it system oversight? Is it a combination of the two? And then, it needs to be a continuous process. It's not something you put in a binder and put on the shelf. It's something that you continuously reevaluate. So I think the best place to start is really, if you have a strategy, is building that governance committee, and that governance committee can help build the strategy.
Absolutely. And track and go, wait a second, do we need to reevaluate this? There's a lot of comments in our chat thread here about, failing fast and being kind of bold enough to figure it out and move on, because things are moving so quickly, which makes a ton of sense. Our participants are awesome. You guys are contributing so much. Let's see. So a couple more questions. We can also, if you guys in the chat you can add questions. We'll probably have a little time at the end here as well. But just thinking about the cross functionality, we touched on this a little bit. Oftentimes it's HR that might be in the driver's seat, but it's, this is a technology question. This is legal, IT, finance. How do we think about ownership and cross-functional collaboration to actually get this stuff moving? Like we can't sit back. Organizations have to move, but how do we do that whenever we have these cross-functional environments? And Pietro, you're in an environment where, global organization, I'm sure a lot of dependencies. Like, what are you seeing in your experience?
For me, it's about value to all parties involved. Nothing different to any other prioritization. Clarity on, for us, aligning to the strategy that our chief information officer is driving. The other element, going to legal and articulate how not only this one drive low risk for the company, but in some case drive better outcome. Is going back, and some of the example we had on AI is helping in our promotion process for all our consulting organization. They are very clearly articulating how much time is spent for doing a certain work by a group of individuals, and that will make sure that it is effectively optimized. So really connected to an existing workflow was for us a key element to drive value, both from a finance, IT, HR, of course, but also the business unit who's actually consuming this data.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Malvika, have you seen things in your work that are along those lines as well?
Absolutely. And plus one to everything that Pietro just said, I was just reading about an organization, retail company, that decided to roll out an inventory management system, AI-enabled inventory management system. And it was a super sophisticated system. It was a great way of inventorying the products that they had in store. And they spent millions and millions of dollars on this rollout, and they rolled it out, and they had close to zero adoption.
Wow.
And after the rollout was unsuccessful, they went back to this retail locations and then decided to ask the folks in the stores, what do you want to see in the system? What would be valuable for you? Why aren't you using it? And so it was a tough lesson learned for them. And they had to go back and redo some things. And this is a great example of what Pietro was talking about, right? Bringing frontline employees into the mix early on. That is a super important part of the collaborative process that many organizations miss. One final example that I'll give on this is there was a Las Vegas casino where the management team decided that it would be a good idea to automate drink ordering through the slot machines. Well, it seemed like a good idea on the surface of it, but they didn't fully understand the customer behavior, and they didn't fully understand the role of the servers who bring you drinks. So the thing that they didn't understand about the customer behavior is people on the slot machines are superstitious. If one machine doesn't work, they tend to switch machines, right? So now think about if you've ordered a drink through one machine and then you switch, suddenly it's chaos, right? So that's one part of the workflow or the process that they didn't understand. The second thing that they didn't understand about the role of the server is the role of the server is much more than that one task of bringing you your drink. The server also creates a warm environment, welcoming environment of camaraderie. They also serve as the first line of defense against any safety issues. They're the ones to flag when someone has been overserved and should not be served any more alcohol. And so they completely misunderstood that role and reduced it to that one task, and they had to reverse that automated drink ordering. So that's another example of not bringing the right cross-functional collaboration into the mix when you're rolling out new technology.
Wow. I mean, that really goes back to some of the earlier conversation we were having. I think, Pietro, you were the one who sort of talked about it through a product lens. I mean, these are the best practices when you talk to entrepreneurs who are launching brand new products. It's like, if you aren't out there talking to your customers and validating that you understand what they need, what their pain points are you addressing them? What would they use? What wouldn't they use, and why? Like, if you're not doing that stuff, if you're launching a new external product, you're not going to get anywhere. But we overlook that so often internally because we think we know best. We think, at the leadership level, we know how our people are, we know how they work, we take that for granted. And that, depending on what you're rolling out, that can be a multi-million-dollar mistake, which is a tough pill to swallow. Let's see, Diana, just to push somewhere like a little bit bigger, take a step back here. This gap of getting from a pilot to like a platform scale initiative, if this is about human judgment and how we're managing and how we're bringing people in, what would it look like to treat leadership intelligence with the same rigor we give to financial intelligence whenever we're being that data driven? Like, how do we think about this through that same lens?
I think that's exactly kind of another layer we want to bring to that discussion. And I think as we talked about the governance strategy, how that fits with the overall AI strategy, and then that leads to organizational strategy, looking, as Malvika said, on the feasibility, return of investment, and even if we look at kind of from a product perspective, and but I think it's really important we start seeing also in that investment into that pilot platform, look at the resources we're investing and probably apply the same assessment as we would do for any financial investment. And given that judgment, leadership capability is such a huge element in the execution and scaling, it's almost calling for leadership to be seen as a strategic infrastructure. We need to be attaching key measures alongside what we're trying to scale. And I think for many decades for us, and there was an issue with information, but now we could see how decision making it's moving. Actually, the biggest focus is on leadership beyond the balance sheets, forecast, operating review. There's a huge emphasis on what the leadership will adapt, deliver, and how they move to that innovation from operational to innovation in AI, as Malvika shared those two models. So it's more of a kind of thesis and a call as we're looking at that value creation across the a kind of value design of our project. What are the leadership metrics we're trying to shift and amplify? Because ultimately we want to grow talent, we want to develop career equity within our business, we want to grow and develop leaders that are ready for the next element of scale, who are ready to navigate the next pivot for the organization, and also navigate very uncertain, uncharted territories with creativity, innovation, huge decision making. So I guess treating leadership as intelligence is almost applying the same rigor as we do to financial. And do we know from an HR point of view kind of where we stand at the moment and how that connects, what we're implementing, how it connects to the business vision, to the strategy, to the investment thesis, and also are we doing enough real-time definition view of our leadership team? And when I talk leadership, I don't just talk about management or senior leadership, it could be future leadership, because I think we're moving to a place where there's leadership. We should see leadership across all levels. So do we have that? Are we doing something a little bit more episodic still with all the tools available to us, such as performance, engagement? Are we moving to something a little bit more as a continuous intelligence? And also, are we treating kind of our organization as almost strategic investment infrastructure in talent? Because I think in the AI space, talent and leadership would really be the biggest scarcity. And we as people, leaders, have that huge responsibility to the talent to take it on that journey for what's next. So really, we need to start seeing that talent and leadership and as a real strategic asset beyond, and start measuring it beyond activity. And we talked about adoption and other stats, but what is really that matters when it comes to leadership capability, and what matters to us as a business, and do we have the data or have we attached meaningful value creation data around it? And that's really tangible.
Absolutely. I love that. All right. We are right at the end here. So I just want to do kind of a quick lightning round, maybe a minute each. But, we've talked a lot about, top-down leadership alignment and modeling. We've talked about frontline employee buy-in, knowing what to measure, how does this work cross-functionally, and how do you know when you need to just drop it and move on, fail fast. But so imagine our participants are sitting right now on a pilot that seems like it's working. What is their one move that they need to think about in the next 90 days to set it up to scale? What's the one thing they need to do? Michelle, let's start with you.
I would say learn from your pilots, right? And so lean in, understand that it doesn't have to be perfect. If you don't have a pilot started, start one, right? And ask employees where they see the opportunity, and lean into that and learn. It doesn't have to be perfect. A lot of times we wait for things to be perfect to then roll them out. So this is a learning opportunity, and AI is changing so fast. We're always going to be learning.
Absolutely. Malvika, what would you say?
Yeah, so I think the first thing you should be doing is trying to create a sort of scale readiness plan. So the plan should answer a few questions. First is, which business outcome or metric did the pilot improve? What workflow changed? The next is, what data, technology, and governance did it depend on? And then what human roles, skills, and behaviors need to change? What are the risks to the business? What risks showed up? And finally, what would it take to replicate this in 3 more teams? And then I would run a sort of very controlled expansion, not a broad rollout, but a very controlled expansion where you take the pilot into 2 to 3 adjacent environments that are similar enough to learn from, but different enough to test whether that model works in a different setting. And then treat that as the bridge between the pilot and the platform.
Love that. I love the controlled expansion concept so much. So often we think it's like, little to 100%. All right, 1 more minute each. Pietro, what would you say?
Maybe I would say stop building the next pilot. Stop doing it. Understand first who's doing what across your company, your vendor, your partner, and the lesson learned from it. Not only talk to your employee and see what they have been building, because in many of our company, we have employee building solution now. All good. When you have it, understand the key process you can transform. validate your assumption, especially in terms of value to your final user and the stakeholders. Do you have the right investment and commitment to invest? Do you have the right client? When you have that, set a roadmap where you have all your use case prioritized by value, and then and only then match value against technical, business, and ability to scale feasibility. That would be my suggestion. Stop and just learn what is happening.
Awesome. Diana, let's close it out with you.
Oh, okay. I'll encourage. I think we're in the era where everyone's building, so I'd love to encourage everybody to build because there's a lot of learning to be done in that space. Of course, I had the same question since Malvika, be clear about your metrics, governance, etc. But maybe I wanted to kind of, I didn't want to say no if it doesn't answer the metrics, but I wanted to kind of put more human angle to it. So I guess a pilot, if it really unlocks, there's like a potency, power, the right energy, it moves the organization, with the right kind of impact to the right innovation space. I think then you're doing the right thing, and that's really high impact. So it's almost stay in the spaces that really unleash and kind of unlock lots of talent and potential, and then you're on the high impact scope.
Amazing. We are right at time here. All of our panelists, thank you so much for all your valuable perspectives. We really loved piecing together all this wisdom across various industries and backgrounds. And hopefully our participants can walk away with something valuable and can get their pilots up and running successfully. I will turn it back over to our lovely hosts at Hacking HR and appreciate all of your time.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to Brandon and to our experts. What a fantastic launch pad to get us starting today here at the AI Experience Summit. If you just joined us, welcome. We're happy to have you here. And to summarize what I learned in that conversation, so the gap between a pilot that works and a platform that scales is where that AI strategy can quietly fall apart. It's not maybe a tech problem, it's an alignment problem. Unclear ownership, measuring adoption instead of value, and bolting AI into old workflows instead of redesigning how work actually happens. And that's exactly what you're going to learn in the Hacking HR Mini Master degree program called Practical AI that kicks off on July 24th. This summer, led by yours truly, Enrique Rubio. You'll be joining him for 19 weeks of live classes and live labs. All right, you'll learn how to redesign work around AI and not the other way around. Who's joining us for this mini master on July 24th? We would love to know. And I'm sure our team will drop at some point here the link to check out the landing page just about this program. And it also allows you to enroll. Okay, moving on to the next. I'm going to bring Tracy to the stage. Welcome, Tracy. How are you?
I'm great, Danielle. How are you?
I'm not too bad. I hope all is well on your end of the world.
Yes, it's a little rainy in New Hampshire, but other than that, everything's great.
Well, you sure are shining. So I'm going to let you take over, and we'll see you a little bit later.
Great. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Work Redesign is Where the Real Value Lives part of the summit. I'm very excited to be here, and I'm very excited to be here with my panelists who I am going to see in just a second. Hello, everybody. This is my first time moderating. I've been a panelist many times, so I'm really excited to be sitting on this side of the stage, and we've got a lot to get through in a pretty short amount of time. So we're going to jump in and get started. So I gave the panelists about 20 to 30 seconds to do a quick intro. I'm going to ask everybody to mute while they're not talking. And I'm just going to go around the horn. So we have 20 to 30 seconds to tell us who you are, what you do, or something interesting about yourself, and why this topic matters to you. And I'm going to go on and add another thing to add to the 30 seconds. So is there something, one role or job that should not be changed as we look at work redesign? So I'm going to go with Liseth. And if I do pronounce your name incorrectly, please let me know.
No, that was perfect. Thanks, Tracy. Hello, everyone. My name is Lisette Subi. I'm the Chief Human Resources Officer at Child Care Resource Center, a nonprofit in Los Angeles. I'm really passionate about this because it's really important to think about the future of work. And we are at a critical point where, AI is evolving the workforce in so many different ways. And so we have to really think about how do we redesign for really the reality of the environment that we're in. Something that I don't think AI should be replacing people with is performance management and giving those personal conversations and dealing with those difficult feedback sessions, because we can't lose that human side, especially when having difficult conversations around performance.
Great. Thank you. And we'll have you for the whole session. We've got someone, when we get to them, we'll have them who's going to drop off. So we're going to prioritize some conversations and move pretty fast. So Hernan, I guess, again, if I mispronounce your name, please let me know.
That's perfect. Thank you so much. I'm Hernan Chioso. I'm originally from Argentina, but living in the US for the last 15 years. I'm a former developer, then product manager and team manager and VP of global talent within a technology company. So I've done the technology and the human side of things. And right now I'm a consultant, and I'm also a fractional AI transformation lead for Wowledge. The reason why this is so important to me is that part of my transition from being a leader in HR to something more technical is because I wanted to help build the tools that I wish I had when I was leading HR. And I think that the research, I would agree with Lisette regarding performance management, just because I also think that performance management, as it is, it's it's much more of an art than a science.
It is.
And so it's so challenging to get it right as humans. Imagine you put an AI into that without the context, without all the human context. So I would agree with that.
It's a lot. Great. Okay. I know we've been texting. Keisha, pronounce your name for me.
Yeah, it's Keisha. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Tracy. I'm Keisha Kruger. I'm the Vice President of People and Organization Development at ORC. This is a PE-backed national professional services firm in the right-of-way industry. I also teach applied AI for Oregon Talent Strategy. This is very meta of me, but the one thing I think AI shouldn't do, in my opinion, is decide what AI should do. The choice of what stays human in itself requires human judgment. And I think that's the one thing we don't want to hand off, because the moment we do, we've kind of given away our agency, and that's the whole point. So also, I am the one that had some unfortunate flight delays making my way back from the West Coast from another speaking engagement. So unfortunately, I will be dropping off early, but I wanted to get on here for what time I can.
Thanks so much for joining us. I'm glad you could join us for part of it, at least. Anuj.
Thank you, Tracy. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone who's joined here. My name is Anuj Kathuria. I am the managing partner of Ascendra Consulting and have been a former chief people officer and CHRO for multiple different Fortune 500 organizations. This topic is very close to my heart because this is my bread and butter. That's what I've worked in over the last couple of years, and helping organizations both as a consultant and as an employee. One job or task that I think people assume AI should take over, and I've seen that happening in multiple different transformations, is thinking, a combination of judgment and decision making. And frankly, that worries me. Because if AI becomes a co-pilot, now that's progress. But if AI becomes our intellectual chauffeur, that's a very, very big problem.
It is. It is a challenge for sure.
Absolutely, Trace. And I'm seeing that happen in multiple organizations where people have modernized their mess by deploying agentic AIs and thinking, okay, productivity will improve and things will suddenly you have a magic wand in your hands. But
Yes.
what it turns out to be that they are now saying, oh, we have a super expensive executive assistant which does nothing.
It is a challenge, and we'll get into a lot of that. And thank you very much. And I'm gonna last Marina.
Thank you, Tracy. Hi, everyone. My name is easy to pronounce. So I'm Marina. I work in tech in a company called Synechron, where I had HR service delivery for EMEA. Being in tech, we are at forefront of AI, and also being in service delivery, we are like client zero for AI implementation and transformation. And we are currently going through work redesign on some of our projects within HR. And I just wanted to, share some of the lessons learned with someone who might be just starting this journey, but also hear from someone who might be a bit advanced on the journey. And I completely agree with Lisette and Keisha. Judgment, career discussions, performance management should definitely stay human-led.
Well, that's pretty clear across the whole group. Great. Thanks all for the intro and your insights within the intro. I'm going to jump into the questions, but I'm going to front load them toward Keisha because she's got to join, or she's got to hop off a little bit. So she had a really great question that she put in the document earlier, and I want to get into that and start with her and then go around to whomever wants to answer that. And that's, when AI changes a role, how do you actually redesign it in a way that doesn't strip out the part that makes someone feel good at their job? That was a wonderful question. Do you want to jump into that, Keisha?
Yeah, thank you so much for your flexibility and grace on this. So, when AI is changing a role, there's two designs that are actually happening, right? The first is this task redesign, but the second that kind of gets lost in all of that is the identity redesign. What do I mean by that is, as humans, we really design work around things that, we find meaning in, right? And so there's an identity shift there. So when I think about my lens from an organization development perspective, job design and job analyses, those were always important before AI. But now I think they become mission critical. We have a need to deconstruct roles, to rebuild them. But when we're doing that, we have to ask, within this role, what is uniquely human? And what is most naturally a task that AI can perform? And then out of what's left that's uniquely human, is that enough of a job? Or do we need to enable job enrichment by adding depth and meaning? Or do we need to add scope? And sometimes the answer might be that a new role just needs to be created out of this and emerge. But the human underneath that redesign, that work design has told us for decades that people need to own a whole piece of something to know that it mattered, to feel good at work. So what I think is going to happen is coaching people to re-author who they are in their work is going to become a real core capability need.
So our identities for many of us are really tied to the work that we do, right? So that's shifting. So it's much bigger than just the work itself. And I love how you broke that down. So thank you very much. Does anyone want to add to that?
I would like to add something.
Oh, I think
Go ahead.
I saw Lisa first.
Please go ahead, Lisette. Go ahead.
No, I agree. I think, instead of thinking, we have to think about how has the role evolved? Not just can you use AI, but what has actually changed? And then also thinking about how are we measuring, like, for example, the KPIs. So if the role has evolved, are we still measuring the same things? Because if we are, then we're not truly assessing if something is making a change.
Excellent point. Anuj, you want to jump in on that?
Yeah, so I'd like to add to what my co-panelists have said. I've done multiple different projects on operating model design and work with design with the advent of AI. And few things I have failed, to be very honest, multiple times before I learned the 99 things not to be done when you do this. I think the question we should ask is, why are we redesigning work in the very first place, right? What are your outcomes that you are intending to achieve once that particular redesign or transformation effort is completed. Are you looking at efficiency? Are you looking at productivity? Are you looking at comparative advantage? Are you looking at EBITDA? Are you looking at margin returns? What are you looking at? And then you need to look at, from a very different standpoint, what work, divide the work into strategic, operational, and tactical. And then for each role, ask a question. Out of these, which should no longer exist? That AI can easily do. So it's about stopping to spend time on low value tasks, low value activities. And then comes the element of enhancing, which is and elevating, which is more about, like Kesha said, from the human element. Today, if I was doing 20 different tasks, and after the AI advent or transformation, 14 are done by the machine. Now, one simple way which most organizations take is, okay, let's reduce the manpower. Simplest. And we will get over and reduce and improve our EBITDA or improve our returns. It's eventually come back to bite them.
Yeah.
The fundamental we need to do is look at how do we elevate and enhance the level of decision making, the level of judgment, creative thinking, generative sensing, which are the core human, uniquely human skills. And then can we combine two or more jobs? AI will generate, it'll analyze, it'll give you everything, it'll recommend. But how well are you using your judgment?
I think that's a good question.
To be done.
I think that's
the most important. So earlier the work was redesigned basis tasks. We have redesigned work basis decision making and judgment. It's a very different model altogether.
It is. And Anuj, I want to give Marina and Hernan a question to jump, or a chance to jump in on how do we redesign in a way that doesn't strip out the part that makes somebody feel good about their job, if you want to.
Yeah, I think, and I'll borrow a phrase that I heard on Hackey's HR Live Summit here in London a few days ago, human differentiator. I think we as leaders need to define what skills or what capabilities or what knowledge our people are having that brings value for us and that we want to preserve at any cost. And that's the knowledge that we want to build, even if AI can do it and can do it better and can do it, faster. I think that's important question to be answered for, and it can be different for each organization, but that's the one that we want answered. And that's the way how we, create new roles and keep what's human in it and add AI capability element on top of that.
Great, thank you, Hernan.
And I wanted to add just a couple of small things. One related to the identity thing that was discussed before. If your last name is Smith, Baker, Cook, you have the profession of one of your ancestors in your last name, in your identity. So that's why it's so important, and that's why it feels like such a big vacuum when we stare at a future without the job that we are used to doing. And the other thing that I wanted to bring the attention to is I don't know if you've seen the video by Rory Sutherland about the doorman fallacy. And this is very important when we redesign jobs. We need to really understand what the job is about. So in this short video, Rory Sutherland talks about the consulting company comes into the hotel and says, how much do you pay the doorman? $50,000 a year? Okay, we can replace that with a sensor that opens the door. Done, right? But then they realize that once the job is eliminated, there's a lot of other things that get lost too. So the doorman is not just to open the door. They are to greet the hotel passengers. They are to give advice. They are to also give a sense of prestige to the establishment. So we need to make sure that we truly understand the job that we are redesigning and not just replacing the task, because sometimes the job is not the task.
That's a wonderful way, Hernan, to segue to the next question. Thank you. That's some terrific insights from everybody. So I'm going to ask everybody, because this is what a great panel, and we've got a lot of questions to get through and not a lot of time, to try to keep to 90 seconds or so, if you can, with your answer. So I'm going to jump into another one of Keisha's questions before we lose her. So this is a great one, and we had skills touched on, and this is a topic really close to my heart. I work with distributors and manufacturers as an advisory CPO, and I love talking about skills because we're rapidly not talking as much about skills. So this is Keisha's question. For years, organizations rebuilt themselves around skills, making skills the thing everyone gets organized by. Now AI is collapsing the shelf life of a skill. What does that do to the whole model? If you want to jump in, Keisha, wonderful.
Yeah, Tracy, this is personal to me as well because I spent probably a good part of 2 to 3 years in my current employer organization building towards a skills-based organization, a skills-based model. But, as we're in this AI wave, the skills-based model was built on the person as the unit, right? A skill is a human capability that we can develop, we can level up, and we can move across different roles. But, what it's doing with AI is putting pressure from two different directions. It's collapsing how long a skill stays useful, but it's also redefining the word itself because in AI, a skill can now be considered a documented procedure that you give a system to run on its own, right? A set of repeatable tasks that are packaged up. So I wouldn't say like the skills model is done and it's over, but we're just kind of moving the unit up a layer. So the thing that's actually durable isn't the skill, it's the workflow. So now we're designing around a workflow architect. The core work the business needs to get done to create value. That's what's going to transcend time and space. And that's what needs to happen regardless of who does it or with what tool.
Wonderful. Thank you. Marina.
I would totally agree that we need to move from the job-centric or skill-centric thinking toward work-centric thinking and move away from skills toward more capabilities. So thinking what capabilities do our people need to have? And now more than ever, they need to be adaptable. They need to learn quick. They need to be agile. They need to have critical thinking, problem solving. And I think that's the direction that we are moving towards, from the skills-based job towards work-based or capability-based jobs or roles.
Yeah, I agree. Those human skills are becoming much more critical than ever. And to your point, Marina, the problem solving, the critical skills, the emotional intelligence, the change management, all of this is really going to come to the forefront because it's not just about the technology piece, but it's also the human side. And for a long time, we focused on the functional, the technical skills, and not really those people skills. And you're seeing that. And it's going to take a different leadership skill to lead the teams now, because not it's just the human side, but also how does the AI interact with the human side? So it is becoming more complex than ever.
Excellent. Anyone else want to jump into this one? And if not, I have a question that I'm going to start with you, Anuj, because you referenced this. So we see a lot of AI initiatives, we see a lot of companies getting into this. And I certainly work with people who CEO has said, we need this AI thing in our HR department. We need to figure out this AI thing, right? And so a lot of companies tend to jump into experimentation, which is wonderful. And they're using AI, and they think that's going to transform, but they fail. So how can organizations really create this real transformation? What needs to be in place? And I know you touched on this, but if you could expand on that a little bit, that would be great. And then anyone else can jump in.
Thank you, Tracy. This is one of my pet peeves, what you just said. Conducting AI pilots is the worst an organization can do in HR. It's like you are trying to run a Formula One race just by upgrading your engine. You haven't upgraded your body. You haven't upgraded the tires. What's going to happen? The car's going to roll over. There's going to be body roll or an accident. And in 99.99% cases, that's exactly what happens. Because we have an isolated mindset. No transformation, whether it is AI or process or anything, works unless you have an ecosystem mindset. You said people look at tools and then come and implement them. Okay, let's deploy this tool. It'll help us to move from paper to digitalization, now to agentic AI or something. Doesn't work. You have to have 5 pillars together. Number 1, ask the question, why do you want to do it? At the end of it, what do you want to achieve? Which HR metric, which business metric does this impact? Number 2, what is the capability architecture you need to deploy to get this to be successful? Do you have those? What is the decision architecture this is going to change in the organization? What is the governance capability you require in the organization? What is the tech capability you require in the organization? And most important, what is the cultural context of the organization? Unless you look at all these 5 in unison, your transformation will not work. What it leads to is disparate experiences for the end users, overload of technology, and who suffers? The end user.
Yeah, great.
So I always say, go with the ecosystem mindset. Don't do stupid pilots. They yield nothing. They just give you they're like popcorn. They give you immediate happiness. But after that, it's a problem. So look at it from an end-to-end standpoint. Look at all these 5 pillars and then go with the transformation. Otherwise, don't even start it.
I think that it's wonderful, because I think a lot of conventional wisdom will tell you to pilot everything, right? And so I think that your sharing this is really interesting and super impactful for the audience. So thank you. Marina.
I'll just add one more point to that, Tracy. Yeah. I'm not against pilots, okay? I would say look at an ecosystem approach and go with a MVP, a minimum viable product all across the functions of this. Not just pick up one function of TA or performance and do that. It doesn't work that way.
Great.
I actually wanted to disagree with you, Anuj, on the pilots, but you said that you are for the pilots. I think the pilots and the experimentation, it's extremely important in AI, because that's the way for our folks. We need to provide safe space, safe infrastructure for them to experiment, because that improves their personal productivity and also helps us get them on board on this AI transformation journey. But to your point, Anuj, it's about people, it's about culture, it's about leadership, and transformation is much more than just changing an isolated process, changing, working on one use case. And that's the whole point. It's much more complex. It entails governance, decisions, changing of roles, changing of performance. And that's why a lot of organizations are still stuck at this experimentation stage, which doesn't translate into, organizational performance. But yeah, fully agree with you, Anuj.
And I love a little I wouldn't even say disagreement, but differing viewpoints, right? I think if we're all sharing that, that's helpful. Hernan, go ahead, jump in. Oh, before you do, yeah. I wanna just get some of the chat is going, which is wonderful. And this is something to add. Before asking how AI can help us do this, we should ask, should we be doing this at all? And I think that's a really good point. And we've had flavors of this in this conversation. And go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted.
Yeah. So what I wanted to point out is that the goal of an experiment or of a pilot is to learn, right? So it's a question that we make of reality of the universe, so that we try to learn an answer from it. If we have not set up the conditions for us to learn, that experimentation, that pilot is going to be in vain. So the Right Kind of Wrong book by Amy Edmondson, it's a great essay on that, and that mindset of failing forward at all costs and without care for the learning. It's extremely wasteful. So we need to have a clear question that we are trying to answer with that experiment, and then we're going to be able to get some value out of it.
Great, thank you. So I have a question for Liseth, and this is getting to the heart of redesign. So how have you all approached work redesign as a proactive strategic lever rather than a reaction to disruption? And what has that meant for your people first, right, and to business outcomes.
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, I'm proud to say that at our organization, HR was the one that took the lead with AI. Typically HR is seen as the reactive and administrative, but my goal with my team was to collaborate and brainstorm early on and thinking about, what are those tasks that AI can help us? Not really a conversation about headcount, but it's really started with having the curiosity to think about how we can use it within our function. So we started looking at the employee lifecycle and identifying what tasks can we optimize that are mostly administrative, but that could have a positive impact on the employee experience, right? Keeping that human connection top of mind. So some of the questions that we thought about were, what tasks require human judgment, which have legal implications, which are fundamentally administrative. And we started probably with some of the most basic ones that probably other HR teams have started, like updating the job descriptions, creating personalized training plans, utilizing it to optimize our training programs. And with this, we saw that it really helped to expedite some of the org changes that we were going through. But one of the biggest ones is we really saw an improvement on the onboarding process. By creating these personalized tools, within a matter of seconds, you take the job description, you build in some basic questions to create these individualized training plans. And so we're still analyzing and taking a closer look at, workforce planning and what does the future of work for us look like, and thinking about what are the skills that we need rather than the positions. We're currently having those proactive conversations with our key stakeholders and understanding what is changing across all the functions in the organization. What are the outcomes and the goals that we want to achieve? What are the skills that are required for that? And mapping that out for where we're now, where we need to be in the future, and building the action plan towards that. The other thing that we're looking into and developing is what and how are we going to measure this? And top of mind is what is the change management process implementation that we're going to need to build this to really make this transformational, right? Because it is change, and we need to think about, where are we going to hit the roadblocks? How are we going to communicate this? Again, it's all those human elements to really try and make this successful.
And thank you for sharing what you're doing with your team. I think the more practitioners share in public, the better we all are who are working in-house, right? So thank you very much for that. Anybody else want to add?
I'll just add 2 more points to what Lisette said. I add 2 more questions to the grind. One is impact of loss and risk of loss when it comes to work redesign.
Great. Anybody else?
I wanted to add that design thinking is going to be essential for this transformation. We need to understand the experience. I mean, we are in the AI Experience Summit. We need to understand the experience, and sometimes just the design of the workflow without taking the time to empathize with the people impacted by that workflow is going to generate lots of resistance, and it's going to make everything much harder.
Great. And Hernan, I'm going to stay with you because you had a great question as we run into the last 10 or so minutes of the panel. So we adopted the tools, we redesigned the work. Now what do we do with all of the time and all of the people?
Yeah, and I think that I phrased the question intentionally that way because it should be the other way around. We need to have the clarity on what we are going to do with the time and with the people before we initiated the transformation. Just like Anuj was talking about before, you need to understand why you're doing this. Are you trying to save money, become more efficient, become more productive? Are you trying to improve the experience? Are you trying to get to do those things that you never get to do, that you have on your checklist and you have on your plan, but you never have the time because you're always buried in the normal business as usual type of operating? So you need to start thinking of those things now before you initiate that transformation. That's the point that I wanted to make with how I phrase the question.
Can I add to that?
Yes.
Yeah. I think every major productivity revolution has created three outcomes. We do the same amount of work with fewer people. We do more work with the same amount of people, or we do the work completely entirely, or entirely differently. I think the last one is the interesting one, and the one where we are heading with AI, and we are all trying to figure out the answer to what work looks like or will look like, and that's something that we are all figuring out, and still don't have the clear understanding of what that means, and that's why we are having these conversations and these discussions. But yeah, I agree with you, Hernan, definitely.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's going to be probably deeper conversations about those human deep relationships, the cross-functional collaboration, really understanding, taking a deeper dive with your customers and engaging more on the human side, but also internally. I think with COVID and things being, so remotely, we have lost some of those relationship buildings. And I think that's going to become something that, we really need to be more mindful and intentional about. That, it's going to become a priority because it is going to have an impact internally within your culture and within your customers and building that loyalty.
That's right.
I'll throw a spanner in the grind. I believe it's a good thing. Go back to Pareto's, the 80-20 rule. 20% of what we do yields 80% of result, and 80% of what we do actually yields 20% of outcomes. Now you add AI into that. Let AI be your co-pilot. So your repetitive, mundane things get taken care of by AI. Now, whatever time you have left, let's enhance the discernment quality that we have. It's an opportunity for all to become better at judgment, at decision making, better at investing time in fostering meaningful relationships, better at co-creation with AI. There will be new roles. There already are new roles which have emerged, right? Somebody has to teach AI also. Somebody has to know how AI communicates, how AI solves problems. So we have to work with it with a handshake and ensure that in the end we have an upper hand and you become more strategic.
I'm going to stay with you, Anuj, for a second, because you put one of my favorite words in the chat, which is outcomes. And I think we're not talking enough about this in the world of work, at least in manufacturing and distribution. And so in the speaking I've done, the work that I've done, focuses a lot on outcomes-based thinking and focuses a lot on starting with what that outcome is, and the just fact that work looks different now. It's going to look much different, and not having all full-time employees. When we're factoring in redesigning work, we can't fail to talk about what that looks like. Yes, we have agents. Yes, we'll have humans. Yes, we'll have people working in the organization outside of that. So I'd love you to, and whoever wants to add, just kind of pull on that thread a little bit and talk a little bit more about outcomes.
So, I look at it from three different lenses when I work on any of the transformation projects. We are wired, being in HR, to think of HR outcomes. And fortunately, I had the privilege of being a strategy officer as well for multiple organizations. So it got me thinking in a very different lens. Now, whenever I think of outcomes, I first look at, like you had, what is it we are trying to solve? What impact will it have on my existing HR matrix? And then link it back to the business matrix. If something is not going to impact my business matrix, I don't do it. At the end of the day, you have to categorize these outcomes into are they efficiency, are they productivity, or are they real business value? Efficiency without effectiveness is nothing. Productivity without business outcomes again yields nothing, and we are in the back seat. So then, in a nutshell, it's all about how can you link, first of all, what you are trying to do, what will it impact. So I go and look at the top 5, top 3, or top 4, top 5, top 6 business imperatives for the next 3 years. They could be in terms of revenue market share, customer market share, EBITDA, some people matrix, for that matter of fact, free cash flow, or whatever. I mean, you can directly link your productivity to your sales. There are multiple different formulas available. You can directly link your attrition to your productivity, and then to multiple different arenas of business outcomes. So link that and see whatever I'm trying to do, is it going to improve that or not? If not, drop it. That's the acid test I always use. And in 3 categories, productivity, efficiency, business, they all have to work together. You can't say I improved efficiency, but business didn't improve. Oh, I improved people productivity. I'm able to now do the job in 20 hours instead of 40 hours. But did it impact the business? If not, it's useless. It's as useless as the letters A, Y in the word okay. Simple. Right. So you have to go back to the grind over there.
And I think we had a comment in the chat. This is important insight. Otherwise, it's change for change's sake, right? And we don't want that. Thank you, Anuj. Anyone want to jump in?
Yeah, I'll just add, I agree. You have to align the people and the business strategy. But it's whether you're using AI or not. But those are fundamentals that we as, especially HR leaders, we need to make sure that is aligned and that is connected, because then otherwise you're not going to see those metrics change. There's not be correlation between the people and the business.
Great. Anything else? Anyone else? Otherwise, I'm going to go to you, Marina, for the next question. Hernan, you want to jump in on this one?
Yeah, just something quick. And like taking the lens off from the micro analysis of work and looking at the macro analysis of work. A lot of the work that we have today in our society it's a little bit detached from value. We need to start acknowledging that. There's a very interesting book that was written about 10 years ago, like 19 years ago, by David Graeber, called BS Jobs. I highly recommend it because it gives you a very unique perspective on what jobs add value and how they add value. And the reality is that a lot of the jobs that we have today, in a strict sense, they don't add value, but they create value in the sense that give meaning to people, right? So we need to look at that, because that when that definition of BS jobs with AI collides, just AI shines a light on all of that, and that's going to generate a lot of change.
Yeah, and it depends on how do you define value, which isn't simply money, right? So that's great. Thank you. Marina, I'm going to jump to you for this question, and then anyone else can jump in. Do you think that our organizations, or us in our organizations, do you think we're underestimating the scale of redesign that's required, particularly around roles and accountability, learning and decision-making?
Yes, absolutely. And I'm speaking from personal experience. When we started working on first AI transformation projects, not only that we underestimated the time needed for redesign, so initially we measured it in days, we underestimated what that redesign actually means and entails, because AI changes not only productivity, it changes how the work gets done, who does the work, who reviews the work, who makes the decisions, who owns the consequences of those decisions. And then after that, how do we learn? How do we build expertise? And I will give one simple example within HR processes where we have maker-checker roles. Let's take payroll, for example. Now you have system or AI being your maker that was previously done by a person, and you now are replacing that person with the system. Organization needs to decide whether the checker will stay human or that role will be also done by AI, and initially who will own the consequences of the work that the AI is doing. And most importantly, what will the person who was doing making previously will be doing now, how their role shifts, changes, etc. So I think we are yet to understand how profound redesign will actually be. And personally, we are still learning in this process.
I 100% agree. And I want to do a quick time check because we are have just about 2 minutes. So I want to do a last kind of go around with everybody, give you 45 seconds or so to just share one piece of advice or one thing that people listening should do. Just one thing. And I'm going to start with you, Anuj.
A tough one.
I can come back to you.
I'll say that I'll only advise, don't think in isolation. Think ecosystem approach. Even when you are doing a work redesign, it is not a simple job as taking the JDs and cutting out tasks and activities. This AI transformation is about operating model redesign, a business model redesign. And unless you do that, you might redesign work and come back again to it after 6 months, because technology will keep evolving. Today you have X, tomorrow you'll have Y, then Z. So think about business operating model redesign, and that way you create value for yourself and for the organization, both in fact in all areas of efficiency, productivity, and business impact.
Excellent. We've got about 30 seconds left. So who wants to jump in next with a closing thought?
I think curiosity is going to be really important, to ask the questions and think about what is the impact, what is it that we need to change, who are the stakeholders. So it starts with just the curiosity and listing the questions and going through the process.
Great. Marina and Hernan?
I would say have a backup plan, because AI may not be available. We saw how Fable by Anthropic was disabled a couple of days after being launched.
Mm-hmm.
So have a backup plan.
Great. All right, Marina, you want to close us out?
Yeah, I like how we agree as a panel. So I would just say create cross-functional teams. Don't work or don't implement AI in silos. Treat it, as Anuj mentioned, operating model change and transformation, not technology, not a tool. And that's it.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all so much for joining us. This was awesome, and I learned a ton. I was actually taking physical notes because I don't think my note taker is in here. But this was excellent. I appreciate you all, and thank you so much for being part of the panel.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Hey, everybody, I'm back. Thank you, Tracy, and thank you to our experts. That was a fantastic panel. And now we're going to talk about building. Our summit sponsor, Talent Lab, is running their live workshop at 11:30 a.m. Pacific time today. Paula Karenko and Amaya Grunberger are breaking down the exact playbook that separates the 5% of companies winning with AI from the 95% left behind. You'll learn 3 unique pillars: tools, mindset, and humanity. So please stay tuned for 11:30 a.m. and join us in the live workshop. And just a reminder to go to the AIXsummit.com and register if you haven't taken a minute to do so yet, so we can package up all these insights and resources and send them over to your inbox in the coming days. Alrighty, and one more thing. You can have access to 3 months of free Read AI by registering for this event officially on our website. Okay, our next panel is called Agentic AI in Practice. Who is in control when the system acts on its own? Kim Lee, I'm so excited to bring you on stage. Our esteemed faculty, how are you?
I'm doing really well. How are you?
I'm not too bad. Excited to see you here. And I'll leave you to it, and we'll see you a little bit later.
All right, great. Thank you. I'm looking forward to this panel discussion. So welcome everyone to the panel. My name is Kim Lee. I am a founder of Logic Systems, where we build AI-powered tools for HR and leadership development, including a coaching platform, and I built that myself. I'm also the author of Building a Coaching Culture, published this year, and I am where that book, we make the case. There are 4 things AI simply can't do, and complex problem solving, human connection, creativity, and coaching. And those are precisely the capabilities that leaders need right now. My next book is under contract. It's called The Leadership Panic Problem, and it's really the through line for this entire summit. Organizations need to stop reacting to AI and start responding to it deliberately, strategically, and with human judgment in the center. So I've spent a number of years in HR leadership, high growth, PE-backed environments. And so I'm excited to join this panel. We've moved from what AI recommends and assists to agentic AI that plans, decides, and acts. Often it speeds at scale, and where it scales where no human checkpoint is in sight. So with that, I'd like to bring on the rest of our panelists and get this conversation going.
Hello.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome.
Hi there.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone.
Let's do a quick introduction of yourselves. I'll start with one, and then if you could just popcorn it around, and then we'll get started. So, Matthias, am I saying that right? Matthias?
That's perfect.
Awesome. Why don't you get started, and then pick the next one.
Thanks for the intro. And I'm Matthias, responsible for HR at the Perfect Drive Sports Group, which is a golf e-commerce leader in Europe. And I'm responsible for HR, but also for the AI transformation at the moment. Before that, I worked in a startup and at Volkswagen, so I have experience from small to big companies, and looking forward to the session.
Awesome. Who's next?
I'll take that leap. I'm Josh, head of product marketing at HiBob. Very much coming from the tech side of things, been working in tech for my entire career, but what I'm enjoying is being between those tech teams that are building the products and the HiBob customers that are experiencing the products and are coming with their real world challenges. So how do we reconcile the possible with the what should we do with what is possible? So yeah, a fun place to be in this ever-evolving ecosystem. Yeah, I'll pass it over to Garvita.
Thanks, Josh. Great to be here. Great to be back at Hacking HR. So I have spent some time in HR and moved out to the transformation and strategy space, and that space is replete with everything that we're discussing today and everything the summit is about. Right. So I'm happy to chime in with all of what I've learned and what I've been experiencing in the area of AI, in the area of agentic, and how to keep things in check. So look forward to being here. Over to you, Sanjeev.
Thanks, Garvita. It's definitely nice to be back at Hacking HR, and I think the topic today is definitely top of the mind for a lot of our viewers, and of course, I'm sure even for the panelists. Sanjeev Sehgal, I head the GCC operations for Assurant, but just prior to this, I spent the last 15 years in HR systems, transformation, and areas like that. I'm very excited to be part of this panel to learn and to share.
Well, awesome. So I'm going to have an opening, kind of start with a question for all panelists. We can get the conversation going, and then we'll go from there. So how do you balance giving agentic AI enough autonomy to be useful with maintaining meaningful human oversight, especially when speed is part of the value proposition?
I'm probably going to jump into a lot of these questions first. So like, feel free to stop me at any point, because I'm very excited, as you can tell. But I think a lot of it comes from accountability. I think it's that, like, when technology becomes available, it's very hard to reel it in, unless you're going to do something like the US government has done, where you just ban access to an entire model. The second access becomes available, it's how do we behave with this responsibly? And how do we do it so that it doesn't become shadow AI, where it doesn't become people using it in the background without anyone knowing that they're using it, but making people accountable for the work that they're doing with the AI. So I think for me, like, that's the watchword, is accountability. Don't know what everyone else thinks.
Yeah, on top of that, for me, it's letting people experiment, but having some guardrails around it. Some of them are on the technical side to make sure that no data is leaking somewhere where you don't want it, or stuff like this. But some of them, of course, are more people-focused and letting people know what is possible and what's not possible under company policy. It doesn't have to be super complex, but people need to have some guardrails in order to experiment safely with AI.
I think I completely agree with Josh and Matthias. In addition to that, I feel like when it comes to creating the guardrails, it's very important and critical that you bring out the reasoning. The more we hear about human in the loop and we think like just human being in the loop will make everything okay, but that's not how it works. If we don't put the real guardrails with reasoning into the picture, people will make decisions without any real accountability. So I'm trying to, bring the accountability point as well as the guardrails point into practice. When you execute it, then where are you putting control is only when you ask the human, what decision are you taking and why? What is the risk that, you are aware of? And if there is something that will come into play that you are overriding right now. So till the time you make people show their reasoning, the guardrails are only there in concept, but they're not actually being executed. So that's something that I really want to bring out every single time that we say human in the loop, every single time that we say we are building controls.
Yeah, and I love that, Garvita, because for me, when you talk about the concept of risk, I think we've been doing this for a very, very long time without agentic having risk systems, right? So to me, I do think that we need to be very, very mindful about not micromanaging an agent, because then you're literally losing the impact that an agent can actually create for you. But at the same time, you cannot just let it go and do whatever it really wants to do. So to me, like, the impact is how much risk or how much impact does it really create, and what is that conditional logic that you're really talking about from a reasoning perspective? I think that there is a tiering that needs to be done. So as an example, if you're going to use an agent for personal productivity, maybe there's a little bit flexibility. But if your agent is going to really write back data, it's going to interact with customers, if it is going to actually have a financial implication, I think we need to really bring that level of clarity and do some scenario planning to say, okay, what happens if this, if this and that? I do think that the tiering is required, and wherever there is a high risk action that an agent is going to really take, then we really need to be careful of the impact that it is going to create and how you're really going to arrest it. Like, is there a kill switch, if something goes wrong, so that you can really pull it off? So I think those are practical implications that need to be really brought into a conversation when you're implementing an agent, so that you can balance speed and control.
So since you're kind of playing off of that question, or that statement, sorry, how should organizations redefine control, and what operational changes do we need to establish before implementing agentic AI systems?
Yeah, and I'm sure there are lots of people who are really grappling with that. Kim, I was in a conference yesterday where we had several GCC leaders. I'm based in Hyderabad in India, and there are a lot of conversation about a very, very similar topic. And the conversation was, when we are talking about artificial intelligence, then we are usually talking about systems that can think or speak, like chatbots, creating summaries, doing data analysis. But the discussion is changed dramatically because an agent can not only recommend, they can actually go out and execute it. They can log into platforms, they can move money, they can negotiate with other systems, they can adapt on the fly. It's almost like, see, the question for the panel today, who is in control when the system acts on its own? And it's not theoretical, it's happening in real time. And to me, like the question, I really go back and think about this to say, if I hire an employee in the organization today, who is in control? How do you train that employee? How do you really train the employee in the systems and the governance and everything that you do within the organization? I think that we need to really think about an agent not as a piece of software, but like a digital employee. And the moment you really start thinking with that mindset, it really needs to have an identity. It needs to have access permissions. It needs to have a defined human manager. Like I met an individual contributor today, and she works for an anime company, I think Crunchyroll, if I'm not wrong. And she introduced herself to say she's an individual contributor, but she has 5 agents reporting to her. And to me, like that's what I'm really talking about. Like, we need to get into an era where managers will possibly not have humans reporting to them, but agents, and they are responsible, for understanding what is that blast radius and how do you really define that. So I think the issue I see is not that AI will suddenly turn malicious and start going to do wrong things, but I think sometimes maybe it's a human automation complacency is what I'm reading as a terminology, that we as humans, like, you get so much used to the system doing things that you're not then paying attention to where you need to really pay attention. So I think that's an area that we need to really focus on. So defining control for the human managers who can then make sure that you're really supervising your agents like you would supervise an employee.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. And the one thing that I was like, it's point for point. Like we've spoken to a lot of companies that are trying to do this exact same thing. We're looking at it from like the HR system perspective. How do you then build your system to then cater for this hybrid workforce where you have digital employees, you have human employees, but they're not the same. They can't be treated the same. There's all these other ideas around, okay, well, performance reviews for agents as well. Is an agent performing well? Is it a good agent? Is there a return on investment? Does it need to get more credits because it's performing well? But I think that the key maybe we're hitting on here is the element of control, is that because AI is not deterministic, you can never really control AI the same way you can never really control a person. That there's certain elements that require maybe a bit more of like a nuanced approach and not trying to necessarily control the AI in the way that we've controlled software beforehand, but rather, again, going back to what Garvita said about those guardrails, about the accountability, to try and harness it and to try and point it in the right direction, and then limiting the potential damage that it can cause because there are guardrails in place. But I'd be very hesitant to think that we could ever really control something that's not deterministic.
All right. Well, so Garvita, this one's we'll start with you, and then again, everyone please jump in. So most organizations still aren't using generative AI well. I think, it's new and we're all trying to figure it out, right? So so not only, using generative AI, but let alone the agentic systems, I've certainly myself seen some of the automated outreach, cold outreach, where it's like the same email, but just a different company, repeatedly emailing, trying to get me to respond. So I'm sure that, that's a very small version of that. But what does it actually take to build a workforce capable of overseeing agents and not just using them?
That's a great question. And that's something that we are all trying to figure out. when it comes to agentic, when it comes to AI. We are building this plane as we are flying it. There's a lot of things that are happening within the industry, in the tech space, we don't understand, but we are still trying to be users. We are trying to be early adopters because we don't have the flexibility now to not adopt all of this, correct? So with this, I think the way that we create a workforce that is able to supervise, that's able to oversee agents, we need to keep the perspective in mind of how these things are built. There's a product team. The product team understands, what to do with audit trails, what to do with transparency, how to make sure that there are some defaults, some escalation built in. They will do what they can do in building a system. But when it comes to the next part, that's the users. The users really have to put the context in mind. If you get something out of the agent, you have to really put the context and understand what does it mean for you? What does it mean for the situation that you are in? That's up to the user. And which means that the users need to own the downstream impact, correct? And then there is the governance, and which I feel is critical, especially given the topic that we are discussing right now. Who's deciding what? Why are they deciding that? What evidence do they need? When you start putting this entire perspective into play, then you are looking at a workforce which is going to understand what are they looking out for. Because all of this is new, we don't know right now how to rate the agent as good or bad, right or wrong. And in order to do that, we need to put things in this big circle called perspective and see what does it mean, where is it working, and how do I constantly improve it. So that's something that's important. That's to keep in mind, as well as to build, keep on building and improving things for the future.
To add on that, I think I completely agree what you say, and how to implement AI in a company so that it can be used in a good way. I think first of all, you have to solve the tools question. You have to think about what tool is a tool that you can actually hand over to people. So you have to have some technical guardrails there, like access rights and stuff like this. And then the second thing, of course, is education. You have to teach people so they really understand how the tool works, but then also how the technology behaves. So understand what AI can do and what AI cannot do. That's also very important. And then I think it's really about context. You have to give the AI data so it understands your company better, because otherwise it's just a ChatGPT, and when you open it, it always starts at 0. So therefore, you have to bring in data that's unique to your company, so the AI can then leverage that and help you build stuff in a meaningful way.
I think I'll also add on that I think that the context layer is probably the most underrated layer in terms of everything that makes AI as possible as it is. Like Matthias is like really, I think, honed in on, without context, it's just like a generic LLM. It doesn't have who are the people in your company? What are the company values? How should I be communicating? Who's this person that's just reached out to me? So without that people context, without the HR context, AI is really, I would say it's a lot shallower than it could be. That without that grounding in the company context and the permissioning, I think there's also the flip side of not giving it access, like unfiltered access to all the data, because AI can be jailbroken. So you have to make sure that it's also permissioned in a way that it's getting enough access, but also being able to filter it in 2 directions. So I'm only seeing what I should be from the AI and not being able to trick the AI into giving me information that I shouldn't be able to see.
Exactly.
Yes.
And my way of thinking about it is just as Sanjeev said, you have to think a little bit about it like an employee. So which information do you actually give to what kind of employee, or in this case, what kind of agent?
Yeah, so sorry if I can add one thing, Kim, to this, because I feel very strongly about this, because we talk a lot about giving context to agents. I think there is a big gap today because organization systems, if you really think about an organization, that context was between the ears of people. I don't think that organizations, and again, I know that we can talk about some basic things in terms of who is asking the question. Some basics are available, but I do think that the context, it's very hard for organizations to really build that content and the context database that can be easily interpreted by an agent. So I do think there is a foundational layer that organizations need to spend time to really making sure that they have clean data, up-to-date information, and everything that an agent would need to be effective. That has to happen first before we get the ROI from the agents.
We need to give it a handbook, just like we give employees.
Bang on, absolutely.
All right, this is great. So Josh, I'm going to move over to you. How do you design agentic AI so that it augments human judgment rather than quietly replacing it in ways that people don't notice?
Wow. So I think there's a few ways. There's obviously the human in the loop. I think that's the most obvious cornerstone of it. But I think it's in the workflow design. It's how do you build the workflows so that it's not just a person just clicking approve and not needing to think about what the AI has given them. I think it goes even a layer deeper into the type of skills and the type of way that we approach it from an HR perspective. And I think the human in the loop needs to have more than just a pulse. I think that's the key message that I would want to add from like the designing the process, is that the person who's in the loop needs to think critically. Is the output that I'm getting from the AI serving the purpose? Am I just passing it on? Am I just a buffer and passing on AI slop in the company? And I think that there've been a lot of instances where people who've built their career in one way and have started thinking, okay, well, I need to create as much output as possible. All of a sudden, AI is really good at creating output. There's a reskilling gap here. And from the HR perspective, I think that is a huge opportunity, is how do we help people become more curious, become more critical in thinking the way that they design these workflows and design these processes to make the agents much more efficient. So I think that would be my take on it.
100%. I think that's super important. And this is a skill shift, bringing in agentic capabilities into an organization. You have to think from a systems perspective, what does it mean to the system and to the employees that are working in that system? And just to build on your ideas. So what I'm seeing is that you can sort of outsource thinking to an AI, but you cannot outsource understanding. So you need humans, call it in the loop or whatsoever, yeah. You need humans who actually understand what the output is that the agent or the system is producing, and that they can judge whether it's good or not. I will just give you an example. If you give the same top Fable 5 AI, best AI in the world, to two person, one is a software engineer and the other one is a doctor, and you give both of them two tasks. One is build a small computer program, and the other one is diagnose a cancer or something. Yeah, and both of them can prompt the AI, but the output will be very much different based on how good they prompt. And second, only the expert can really judge if the outcome makes sense and can be passed on, or if not. So I'm convinced that understanding will become even more important for the humans, and part of the thinking can be outsourced, but still you need the humans who actually judge about the quality of the content.
You're on mute, Kim.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Matthias, I'm going to stick with you. How do you build agents that actively demand human control at critical points?
That's a perfect follow-up question to what I just talked about, that you need humans to actually understand what's going on. But you can help them, yeah, because today we're talking about who's in control when the system acts on its own. And there, an important question is, what can you do when you build agents so that the agent does not completely act on its own? And what I found very helpful is agents are quite good at following guidance and steps that you give them up front. So you can actually prompt the agent to ask the human to check whether things are done in a correct way. So I will give you one example. I'm based in Germany, so we do have to think about the European AI Act and what are high-risk scenarios. And for these higher risk scenarios, you do not want the system to completely act on its own. So you can prompt the AI that it asks the user to do things. And the specific example is in HR, something that probably every HR professional thought about is you have a CV and you have a job description, or you have several CVs and a job description, and you want to check whether it fits to that job description or not. And this goes into the direction of high risk. So do not build an agent that just rates stuff and decides on its own, but build an agent that then asks the recruiter, here are some similarities, here are some differences, but I'm asking you to still look at the original CV and decide for yourself. I'm just helping you to decide. I'm not acting on my own. So this would be my example on how you can control that.
I love that. I had a recent experience with using an HRIS system. They had an AI tool, and my client asked if we'd just use the AI rating. And what we ended up with was a whole bunch of AI-generated resumes and cover letters that were nearly identical. So then we, of course, went back to using our regular judgment. But it was an interesting, experience. And just to see how that goes. So I fully agree. I love that. Anyone else on that one?
I think what Matthias was talking about also, overall, if you try to think of, the big picture of what are the things that, you are trying to build for the critical points, that comes from governance. So having people who don't supposedly come from the tech function, but who understand what the business is and how the users behave in that business, what are the kind of things that need accountability, then you build governance appropriately with critical checkpoints where you ask for, once again, bringing in the point of whoever is making a decision, why are they taking that decision? And what are some of the things that they have to show as evidence? What are some of the things that they cannot do? Till the time you build that in, it's going to really not be functional, not be executed well. And then just like, in pharma, we always face the problem of before doing anything, you have to think of compliance, you have to think of the regulations, you have to think of how everything is happening. So probably in this space, pharma can teach the other industries how to be more cautious before taking these steps, because you can't reverse a lot of these workflows. And because you can't reverse it, then the adoption and the trust that the process is creating goes for a toss. So building the right governance at the right time makes a huge impact in order to create the accountability.
Perfect example. And you can actually build the governance into the AI systems, into the agents. So they ask you, did you think about this regulation? Did you have this in mind when actually acting on it? So that's something that I found particularly very helpful.
Fact, because it truly makes you efficient. It doesn't make the human keep on trying to do all the checks themselves. It's built in the system. So when you build it in the system, then you feel like you can trust it more.
Exactly. And sometimes AI can just speed up things, but in other cases, you can have a better quality output by building these checks into the agents as well.
So I think I'm going to be a little bit contrarian here, and I think that there are some instances in which you can actually take the human out of the loop in order to be efficient. But I think what the key here is putting a barrier so that it's not a high stakes area. So for example, if you're looking at a customer support agent, you'd want to say, okay, customer support agent, you can resolve tickets up to $15. Anything above $15, escalate to a human being. Because again, you want to try and elevate the people and elevate the human benefit that bringing a human into the loop brings, or having a human being as doing a task. So you bring them in at a certain point. Or if it's a software development, it could be any minor bug fixes around styling or around overlapping text or margins. The AI agent can flag that and fix that on its own. But anything severe or database oriented, the AI is not allowed to touch because you don't want it going near your database. So I think having that stakes and having that system in place of what are we okay with if something goes wrong with this area, for the sake of efficiency, we're okay with letting an agent do that type of activity. But if there is something that goes wrong, that there is a fallback plan where a human being steps in and then course corrects that agent. But I think that there are certain solutions that we can think about in helping companies be more efficient and be able to delegate works to these autonomous agents.
So Josh, on that, I'll stick with you. Where does the product's responsibility end and the user accountability begin?
I think the product's responsibility is building something that makes sure that the person using it is able to be compliant. It's not giving that room for it to be broken. I think that when you're building a product, you have to go to the opposite extreme. That when someone's doing things out of their own right, you can kind of give them a bit more freedom that as the software provider, you can't really control what people will do with it. But when you're designing the software, there can be no room for error, especially in the HR space where the data doesn't belong to the company, it belongs to the employees. So if something goes wrong on that level, it's not the company's data that's been compromised or the company's well-being that's been compromised, it's every individual employee. That's not like a code-based fix. So with HR tech, I think every vendor really needs to take it to that extreme and making sure that there are checks and balances in place, that it is compliant. The EU AI Act is a great example of that, making sure that there's no bias involved or introduced into that journey, making sure that there's no way that the AI can discriminate against any population, and being able to put those checks and balances in place to make sure that the people using it have that peace of mind that, okay, we're using this piece of software, we can feel assured, where it's not like using Claude or OpenAI, where that's a little bit more, okay, I need to think more critically about if I'm allowed to do this. I think those are the two sides of the coin. Yeah, I don't know what you've experienced with vendors in the market or how companies have approached this, especially around the EU AI Act.
Any other thoughts on that one? All
I think it summed it up perfectly.
Go ahead. All right. I'm going to go to the next question. Garvita, this one's for you. Agentic AI usually gets built on the technology side and adopted on the people side, and governance tends to fall in the gap between them. What are the implications of that split for how these systems actually get governed?
Implications are not the nice story when we have these separated functions building and using, right? Both the functions end up thinking that somebody else will take care of the rest of things. However, that's not how the system actually works. For example, HR will think that technology team must have thought of the regulatory stuff and they would have built it in. And the tech users, because they are focusing so much on the efficiency, on the speed, on the time taken, they somehow think that if there's another function that can be clubbed with regulatory and legal, then they can do that, and which is something that pretty much falls on the people side a lot of times. So I have experienced that if there is need to be a single ownership in anything, it's only about the accountability of the agent. The agent needs to answer to only one function, because only then will they be able to decide What are the guardrails they are building in? How are they teaching the system to ask the right questions? What are they allowing the system to decide versus not decide? What evidence to build in? That they will do if there's a single accountability. However, when it comes to the craziness that happens when two systems, two functions are working separately, and governance has kind of not been built in, governance definitely needs to be a shared accountability. When the design is being done for what the agent will do, how the systems will answer, not answer, and all of the other things, the risk, who's going to own what kind of risk, it needs to be joint ownership. Till the time you create that governance in a joint functional structure, it's definitely always going to fall in the gap. And with that, you actually will not be able to govern the system. You'll actually only be trying to figure out who needed to do what and what have they not done. So it's wastage of time for a lot of reasons and in a lot of practical experiences, which means that creating that joint program project team that's working with all the views coming in upfront and right out of the gate makes a lot of sense. And only then are we able to move forward with some efficiency and actually see the benefits of what we designed.
So I think sitting on the vendor side of the table, it's always interesting to see what happens in companies and seeing how the IT teams, the legal teams, the HR teams are working together on these procurement projects. And there's actually an interesting correlation, I'd have to say, between the regulatory environment and how well these teams work together. That where the penalties of not working together are high, the teams work together extremely efficiently. So for example, the EU, in particular, Germany, the Nordics, we see that there's a really close bond between the IT team, the legal team, the security team, because the penalties and the cost of failure is so high. Whereas in looser regulatory environments, I think that people are a little bit more willing to maybe not be as holding the reins as tightly. So I think that there's a big role in protecting employees and making sure that there's good governance in place. And again, it's the rate of evolution of technology is one thing, but also the protection of employees and the protection of people's well-being. It's super important. So there's definitely a correlation between the two. I mean, Matthias is from Germany. I've worked with a lot of German companies around work councils, and that's something that I've never seen anywhere else. I'd never seen anywhere before I started working at HiBob.
Oh yeah, that's tough, especially at my time at Volkswagen. There was a very strong work council there. So of course you have to involve them in all of those questions, but they can actually also push the organization towards new technologies. That's an experience that I also had.
So we are 4 minutes left. So I'm going to move over to closing questions. And with panels, I always want to make sure we leave our audience with some takeaways. So if you could give every HR and business leader in this audience one principle for staying in control as AI systems become more autonomous, what would it be? We'll go round robin. Matthias, I'll start with you since you are on my top right.
I elaborated on that before, but I will keep it as the final thought. Thinking can be delegated to an AI, but understanding needs to be a human function. And with that in mind, I think you can build systems that do not completely act on its own.
It's pretty similar. Make your decision matrix on what you're allowing the system to do versus not do in the beginning, because you want to make sure that you are in control of what works for you, how you create the context for your users, and how do you make sure that adoption is trustworthy and long-term. So make those decision matrix in the beginning and then build the system. Sanjeev?
Yeah, Josh, go ahead.
Okay, I'll go ahead. I think it's very much goes back to the accountability that everyone who creates an agent needs to stand behind that agent's performance, for better or for worse, the return on investment, the mess ups that it does, everything around that agent needs to go back to that employee. And that creates a sense of accountability and a sense of control, and yeah, makes it more scalable.
Yeah. Yeah. So, for me, if you remember only one thing from today or from this session, let it be this. An AI agent is not a software tool. It is a digital employee. If you govern it like you do for a software, you'll be in trouble. You must actually manage it like you manage talent. And I think some of the conversations my panelists spoke about this, right? Performance management, audit trails, reviews, training, context. Think of it as an employee if you really want to be successful.
Perfect. So last question, we've got 2 minutes. What are the biggest opportunities for agentic AI inside the people function itself? And what would have to be true to capture them responsibly? Sanjeev, I'll stick with you and we'll go the other way.
Yeah, in fact, my answer is TBD. I think agentic AI opens up the entire world to the HR team, especially the people teams really manage the largest asset, right? I think it is yet to be decided. We have the possibility of reimagining every process, whether it is performance management, whether it is talent management, whether it is learning or training. I do think that people need to really just shift their mindset, because our mindset is currently built on the constraints that we have. So I'm actually looking forward to a completely revamped, changed process with the tools and the capabilities that we have today.
All right, Josh.
So yeah, I think, again, very similar vein of thinking, which is that I think we kind of need to reinvent the way that we think about work. That if we keep on thinking about work and professions in the exact same way that we've thought about them for the past 50 years, then we're not going to be able to get the most out of AI. I think that at some point, we'll need to think about reinventing the org chart, reinventing the way that we interact with AI. It might not be a hierarchy, it might not be stacked, it might be AI in the middle and people around the AI. But I don't think anyone has that definitive answer yet. But I think that the key to unlocking that value will have to be rethinking everything we've thought about building businesses and the structure in which we interact with it.
All right, we are at time. So we'll give Garvita and Matteo, do you have just one real quick thought?
Matthias.
Okay, so for me, is it HR can rebuild and redesign the HR operating model and implement human and machine intelligence in one place?
My answer is pretty similar. HR needs to think what's taking the most of their time and what's the most manual, where do they get the most queries, because every industry and organization acts differently. And then they can build in agentic, they can use agentic for that space with the right governance and appropriate checks built in.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time. We are at time, actually, we're over. So I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
It was a great conversation.
Thank you, Kim. It's been a pleasure.
A big thank you to Kim and to our experts. How many of you have an agent running right now that you're not entirely sure what it's doing? If you're not managing agents yet, you likely will be soon. Better start drafting your agent handbook, the org chart, and beyond. There's lots to think about. Agentic AI is about designing systems where humans stay in control of those moments that matter, not just blindly approving or denying. The real work is building a workforce capable of overseeing the agents for better or for worse, like Josh said. So that brings us to our next panel, measuring what AI actually delivers. Most organizations can't answer that question. They've got AI projects running, but they don't know what the actual return is. So let's see what the next panel has to say about that, shall we? All right, I'll bring Koziba to the stage. Koziba, am I pronouncing your name correctly? Oh, you're on mute.
Yes, you are pronounced it correctly. Hello, Danielle.
Amazing. How are you today?
I'm fine. I'm very good. This side of the country is very cold and it's evening now. So yeah, but I'm okay.
Where are you dialing in from today?
I'm from Botswana. So I'm in
awesome.
Botswana. We're in the middle of the winter.
Okay, yeah, I see your little jacket there. I don't have a jacket here in Mexico. It's 90+ degrees. All right, well, I'll leave you to this conversation. I'm really excited about it. So have fun, and we'll see you in a bit.
Thank you so much. Hello, good morning and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kwaziba Sibina. As has been introduced, I'm from Sididara Private Hospital, working at the Human Resource Executive or the head of the Human Resource for the hospital in Botswana. Welcome to our session, Measuring What AI Actually Delivers. And, over the past few years, we have seen organizations invest heavily in AI technology. And, the conversation has evolved from should we use AI and how much should we invest? Now we are going to talk about, the investment, the return on investment. And increasingly, what value are we getting if we keep on investing in this AI system? So while AI adoption continue to grow, many organizations still struggle to answer the fundamental question. How do we measure whether AI is truly creating business value? And that is what we are going to be discussing this evening. It's relatively easy to count licenses. It's relatively easy to count, the user, the pilot, and deployment of systems. But it is much harder to quantify improvement in decision making, reductions in risk, enhanced employee experiences, or long-term competitive advantage. So today's discussion focuses on moving beyond adoption metrics and understanding how leaders can measure AI through 4 critical lenses. We are going to talk about efficiency, we are going to talk about risk reduction, decision quality, and strategic position. I'm privileged to be joined by exceptional leaders today who bring perspective from HR, people analytics, technology transformation, process intelligence, and enterprise software. So I'll just welcome them into the panel so that we can start off this conversation. Thank you so much. You are welcome. You're welcome, everyone. Hello, you're welcome.
Hello, hello.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. Great to be here.
Oh, wonderful. It's been a while. We've been waiting for this to happen, and finally we are here to discuss on measuring what AI actually delivers. So I'm going to give you each one of you a minute to introduce yourself, where you are coming from, and the company that you're working for, and how this topic relates to what you do on a day-to-day basis. So on next to me here, I have Kristen. I think I can go along that road or that lane for you to introduce yourself. Please, you're welcome.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kaziba. Hi, everyone. My name is Kirsten Moorfield. I'm so happy to be here today. Carrie, it's great to see you again. Ying, you too. I'm excited to meet Jordan and Kimberly. I am a co-founder of Cloverleaf. We have been working with HR leaders, especially in talent and learning, for the past 10 years on how can we actually use technology to coach relationships at work so that, managers are actually coaching their direct reports so that, when your boss's boss doesn't accept your pitch, what do you do with that? We've been partnering with the leading behavioral assessments. So if you think DISC or StrengthsFinder or about a dozen others, we partner with them and we use that data to really help bring high performance to teams. I care a lot about this subject today because what our partners have always asked us for is more usage metrics like login rates or things like that. And what we want them to be asking us for is behavior change. How do we really see what's happening? How do we really, really see the impact? Because we want our partners to be able to have a strategic seat at the table and be seen for the really incredible work that they're doing and that they're not currently getting credit for. So I'm super excited to be here today with all of you. Ying, how about you go next? You're next to me.
All right. Well, thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Ying here. I apologize that I'm joining from my phone because I'm having some problems connecting through my computer. I'm currently with PepsiCo, leading the people analytics team here. And my team mainly focuses on developing advanced analytics and AI solutions to support our employees' journey within the company. So measuring the impact of the solutions that we developed are always very, very important to us. So really great to be here and looking forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Okay, Kimberly, if you can.
Hi, I'm Kimberly. I am the Corporate Director of Human Resources at Providence Hospitality Partners. We are a management company for hospitality, so mostly hotels, but some restaurants too, all across the US. And we are driving headfirst, headlong into AI adoption and usage and things like that. And taking time to figure out not only what it's measuring, why we're measuring it, and then what that means is a really important task along that adoption track.
All right, thank you so much. Karen?
Hi, everybody. Carrie Brown. I work for Celonis, but for a number of years, I worked for SAP, which is where I first encountered Kristen. And PepsiCo is a customer at both SAP and at Celonis. And what we do and why I'm talking about this, I've been living in the people space for a long time, looking at change and how jobs change. And my litmus test for technology is how do people's jobs change? So Kristen, exactly to your point of behavior and functioning and how we work together. At Celonis, we actually are process intelligence that looks at measuring how processes change and specifically now how AI gets measured. So we've ended up being well placed in terms of looking at what processes are in companies and so how people work and being able to look at that specific view as to how processes happen, how people do their work, and then being able to measure and see where could and should AI go and is it working and how do you measure it? So it's great to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Excited to hear that. Jordan?
Thank you. Nice to meet you all. My name's Jordan Pym. I lead the HR function here for Carbon, which is a global tech platform for accountants and bookkeepers. It's a practice management platform, so pretty much the Monday.com for finance. We have about 367 employees across 8 countries, 23 states in the US alone. Don't do that to yourselves. I'm thrilled to be here. And yes, I sound Australian because I am I'm actually South African originally, but spent most of my life in Australia. And I now live between Maine and New York.
Oh, thank you so much. You're welcome, everyone. And I see that this topic is actually aligned to all of you, what you are doing in your day-to-day basis. And I'm excited to start the conversation because, while AI adoption continues to grow, many organizations invest so heavily in AI systems and AI models. But we are struggling to answer the question here. How do we measure whether AI is truly creating business value? So we are going to deep dive into that conversation to check if it's really creating the business value out of what we are investing in, and how do we go about it. I'll start with you, Kristen, because you are working in that field, and budget have increasingly significant in AI tools. Like companies are creating budget for AI tools now in this world of AI. So from the HR perspective, how do we need to be thinking differently about proving the impact of AI and HR technology so that we don't lose this budget during the next investment cycle? So we need to prove something that is actually, we don't have to lose this budget. So how do we go about that?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I think when we look at how do we measure impact, an easy place to go for AI is on efficiency, right? Like, on the technical side, it's easy to see that, you know, how many lines of code, that kind of a thing. But in HR, it could be things like, are HRBPs receiving less requests because things are being taken care of? Are, you know, like there are those ways you can measure efficiency on the HR side. I think what's more exciting on the HR side, those things matter, but what's less obvious and more impactful is how do you measure things like behavior? And so, you know, how does Alexa know when I need new cat litter? She never asks me, on a scale of 1 to 5, how much do you have left? You know, and that's really kind of how HR has been measuring impact, is on a scale of 1 to 5. Did you, like, was this course helpful to you? Or, you know, our engagement surveys, you know, all of those kinds of things. And you can totally disrupt all of that today with measuring your unstructured data. Like, what are the kinds of conversations that are happening? And where is that actually moving the needle on the things that matter? So to give you a tactical example of this, in a leadership development course, you are training your leaders on how to give feedback, right? How do you know if they actually have gone back and given that feedback? You could wait 6 months until your next employee engagement survey and see, did that needle move? You could do a survey of their direct reports and ask some questions, but who fills out surveys? You know, there's these long-term or heavy lift options you could do. Or what a lot of our customers are doing with our platform, and you know, this is available beyond us as well, is looking at what are people on their own searching for help with. So with Cloverleaf, we have a lot of AI coaching capabilities. And every time we send somebody a tip, we're just asking them, how did it go? Or the way that they're actually having the conversation with our coach, we can tell. Did you have that conversation? Did incorporating that new framework actually work for you? Did your employee feel invested into, or did they get defensive? You know, there's all this data that is happening in the unstructured sense, just through conversation, that you can now start to aggregate. And I think that, you know, as we're looking at work being done more and more through conversational interfaces, this is not yet possible with Copilot, but I think that it will become possible in the future. And I think that HR people should be pushing their vendors to make more of this possible. But you can actually start to see what are things that aren't just measured on a numeric scale, but where's behavior actually truly changing? And actually, Ying, you and I had a really interesting conversation about how you have used Viva to see networks changing. I think it'd be awesome if you share that story.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, happy to chime into that. Right. So this is really about, you know, understanding the collaboration patterns from the employees, you know, to sort of as a way to reflect the change of people's behaviors, to Kirsten's point, right? So we could certainly see the before picture, and then let's say 6 months later or 3 months later, let's look at the after picture, and let's see if the collaboration patterns have changed. People have reached out, you know, more colleagues across functions, or they have expanded their networks to a new region, a new country, right? So those are the things that you could measure and assess from the organizational network.
Yeah. All right, thank you so much, Kristen and Lynn. Ying, you just jumped into that because I know you are managing the people analytics at a global space and at a global scale. So tell me from your experience, Lynn, how do you move from AI experimentation to AI accountability in terms of measurable outcomes?
Yeah, happy to. This is a great question. I guess all of us are wondering about that. Well, from my personal experience, the key to achieving this AI accountability, especially in terms of measuring the outcome, is to build out an end-to-end process before the real solution development starts and after the experimentation ends. And this end-to-end process should include, for instance, securing the business stakeholders, obtaining the executive sponsorship, and thinking through how this developed solution will fit into an existing workflow. For instance, who will be the users? What will be the new user experience look like? How to drive the adoption, and what will the success look like? That's really important. You have to really kind of visualize what will the success look like and how and when we should measure the impact, right? So a detailed plan like this, plus a very clear definition of the roles and the responsibilities for everyone in the process, would set up the project for success as well as for securing or measuring the measurable, the impact. So I guess in a nutshell, the secret sauce here is really to plan ahead and see the through and holding everyone accountable to his or her role in the process. Oops.
Koziba, you are muted. We see you talking, but we can't hear it.
All right, thank you so much, Krishna. I was saying, thank you so much, Ling, for that, because I see there's so much relevance in terms of what you are sharing and what Christine was sharing on the efficiency to capture data and track and measure, data. So we're going to move further down to try and understand how this things work from Kimberly. Kimberly, you are in the hospitality industry, right? Where human experience means everything. I mean, it's about customer service. It's about making sure that there's a human interaction. So how do you balance AI-driven efficiency with maintaining authentic human interaction?
Yeah, so you're right. Hospitality is all about people, right? Making people have a better experience. But I don't see efficiency and human interaction as being dichotomous necessarily. And I think that's kind of the key to it. So before you launch any kind of AI tool or gadget or whatever, stop and ask, does this give our people, our employees, our associates more capacity for human moments, or is it replacing them? And that's kind of our litmus test. If it gives them time to then be able to have a more personal interaction, it's golden. And then that's kind of that measurement piece, right? So if it's freeing up all this time, you have to ask, what are they doing with that time? Where is it going? If it's just kind of disappearing into the abyss, then that tool is not actually helping much. Yeah. But if they're able to reinvest that time back into the employees, back into the guests and customers, or into the product, or whatever your business does, then that AI tool is enhancing that human interaction.
Okay. Yeah. I understand that. I like that. You use the AI tool not only to try and separate the human interaction, but you use it to influence and also optimize the human interaction to make life easier for the staff. And I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you, Kimberly, on that. But I want to also hear from Carrie. Hi, Carrie.
Hello.
Yes. As Celanese, you focus heavily on process intelligence and optimization. So how does AI change the way organizations measure inefficiencies and the hidden value?
So absolutely, and it's interesting. I just saw in the chat a question on how do you measure AI lift of productivity or outcome, and that's, we all know the research of 88 to 95% of AI isn't working. You double click on that and it's really around user adoption, and people is the gap. It's not the tech. And so a lot of the challenge is really measuring what people do and what the outcomes are of that work. I was listening in on the previous session, and they were talking about accountability for the digital workforce. And if I think about HR and talent management and performance of employees, and I use that word broadly, of the workforce who is human and the workforce who is digital, I think what's changing is the measurement of both of those things in combination. So when we look at Celonis, we create a process model and a process map that ultimately gives you a digital twin of your entire organization. So think about like the London subway map, and order to cash is a process, and hire to retire is a process, and procure to pay. And along that, you have roles in each of those processes doing those jobs. We can now look at and see, where do people make mistakes? Where do they have variations? Where is there a gap? Where's there a lack in talent or capacity? And so to me, a lot on the HR side is looking at capacity planning and talent management as part of this, in addition to thinking about how do I make it more efficient, but understanding where can't you get talent? How do you measure the output and the customer success? And Kimberly, to your point in hospitality, like the customer experience or the execution of what you're trying to achieve as an outcome for your business. Are you, for us, for a medical device firm, are you getting your drugs to market faster? As a production organization, are you able to produce materials faster in a more predictable manner, that you're moving through the execution of your business and the people are doing their jobs in a way that those business outcomes get supported or accelerated based on both people as well as agents? And so I think the measurement doesn't necessarily change, but the kind of specificity, the kind of information, if we can look at and say, exactly what will you achieve from a productivity perspective, and what capacity might you open up based on where AI could go or an agent can go, and then what is the right mix of workforce to get the right outcomes for your business.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much for that.
Kristen, you had a comment.
Well, I actually have a clarifying question, Carrie, because I'm not fully following. So are you saying that, like, at Celonis, you're able to actually see, hey, if you plug in AI here, it can create this efficiency?
100%. Yes.
Fascinating.
So it's a digital twin of the entire enterprise that says, here's what you do, and it serves up a list of here's the 1,000 things you could do differently, and here's what it'd be worth to do them. So if you take an order and then you change that order, and then there's another approval cycle, so it's going back and forth, how are you doing work, and where is it getting lost because there's not enough people to do that job, or the decision making is slow. Between process mining and task mining, you can look at how that work is happening and be able to say, we could fix this and change the process outcome, and therefore the value of that to your individual or to your team. Yeah, okay. It's kind of magic.
Okay.
It's really cool.
Okay. Thank you so much. While we are still there, because we are talking about now, calculating and try to see if it's really beneficial, it's really valuable to use the AI into the company. So now, what are some of the mistakes that you have noticed or you have come across yourself that organizations, make while trying to calculate this AI return on investment?
I'll jump in first. Because we see every customer trying to play with AI candidly right now, and they're figuring out what to do and where to do it. The mistake is not measuring it. So it's a big investment. People don't really know necessarily what it takes in terms of tokens and what the work is and what the effort is. I would say most organizations early on, the mixtures or the issues were around governance and safety, and am I doing the right things and making sure people are in the right guardrails and so forth. And in fact, some of what we do around that is we say there's no AI without PI, there's no AI without process intelligence. You need to be looking at good information so you don't hallucinate and play in garbage information. But the mistakes really come from having a scattergun approach with no measurability, because then there's a lot of activity and not a lot of reaffirmation or confirmation that doing that makes sense. And for, you want to be able to fail early, try often, but you also want to know that the investment that you're making pays off, and that you're not just getting sort of a theatrical optic view of people playing with AI that's costing a lot and not really doing anything, but rather, getting specifics that become attractive and magnetic and grow and multiply, that build confidence both for people who are unfamiliar and for leaders who are investing in it. Kristen, I see you nodding your head, so I'm going to go back to you.
I was just thinking about the whole Uber headlines over the past few months of the token maxing. They ran out of their Claude credits in April for the whole year. and there's no value added, and yet they did layoffs to make money, to save money for more AI usage, right? I think everyone knows and believes there's value there. We're really struggling as entire organizations, even in our tech companies, on how do we really measure the impact of this. I mean, not to make it too simple, but it's the same as always of you have to plan for what is the impact you want to make with whatever project you are doing, and then think, how are we going to know if we hit that SMART goal? You know, let's go back to SMART goals and measure that. It's never been about, you know, the tool or the activity. It's always been about the actual outcome. And can you identify that outcome first and then measure towards that the whole time?
Yeah. Anyone else want to jump
Part
in?
of that is starting with a baseline. If you don't know where you started, you can't measure any gains or losses at that at that point. Like, start with, how long does this process take for a human to do? How much brain power, how much effort, how much energy? If time isn't the big part, if it's decision making, right? And then once you implement the AI tool, how much did that save? And what are they doing with that time and energy and effort and brain power? How are they reinvesting it?
Okay, thank you so much. I think it's quite very important to understand that we are using AI to solve a problem. And once we discover what the problem is, then we must have a plan in terms of how we are going to execute that AI model within the organization, and so that we can solve or have a solution for the problem. So I think now the gap that Kerry was mentioning about, or in terms of what organizations are missing out in terms of the governance, process intelligence, and those are some of the things that people or organizations will start implementing AI models without having a proper plan in terms of what are we trying to solve and how long is it going to take for us to implement and use this model. So I'm going to go to John and give you an opportunity to talk about what you do at Carbon. And, during the times of AI, different departments come up with different solutions in terms of what they can do within their organizations. And you may find that the finance, they want to bring their own system, HR want to bring their own system, credit control want to bring their own system, marketing. And how is everyone, maybe at Carbon or from your experience, how are you guys avoiding building the same thing in silos, so that you can therefore avoid duplicating cost and efforts? Sometimes systems can be integrated into one, but how do you guys avoid building the same thing in silos?
Yeah, thanks. We didn't. We actually ran with scissors. So we did exactly what Kerry and Kristen said don't do. And I stand by it. I'm actually glad we did. We totally went out and said, hey, we started with ChatGPT, where there wasn't a token consideration or concern. We moved on to Claude and we said, hey, if you stop at chat and you're only on chat, then you're not going to get ahead from a professional perspective, and we need you to be agentic and workflow orientated and really building out solid workflows. And so we told everyone to run with scissors immediately. Go and run with the scissors. Go and do it. Back when Claude was still reasonably priced, and we had controls on the back end for people's spend, so that we didn't do what I think there was a company recently that blew their spend. It wasn't the Uber one. There was a different one that didn't have controls, and they blew their spend within a month for the whole year. So there's been a lot of those stories, but we already had those controls in the background, and we let everyone run. And we had people who built so many amazing prototypes. And what that did was it created a muscle. You can't expect people just to go and show you ROI before you start and build when they've never done it before. And so if you're going to pick up a really heavy box, you kind of have to go do a couple of stretches, do a bit of squatting, and really start to build a muscle to be able to really go and then pick that box up with confidence, knowing that you're going to hurt yourself. And so we wanted people to run with scissors a little bit and go and try and build a bunch of things. And we had multiple people solve multiple softwares. We had my team solved one of our, I won't name and shame them here, but solved one of our performance softwares that we struggle with, and they built it over a weekend and vibe coded over a weekend, and it built such an impeccable muscle. So that when we did actually create what we call the AI harness now, and we've created AI harness, if you're interested in the AI harness like terminology and approach, Dave Wan, one of our investors from Tidemark, has a really amazing thought leadership piece around this. You can find it on LinkedIn, around creating a harness around what is it that you want to do in the ROI piece, and making sure all those things are considered when you're actually going out and internally allowing people to build tools and build workflows. So I'm glad we did it the way we did it, because it started to build a muscle, it built a habit. Our HR team meetings would start with, what have you coded? Like, what have you made and what's it solving? And so all of our team meetings would solve, each person would do that, right from the people administrator through to myself. We'd all solve a real life challenge. And thankfully in my team, we didn't duplicate, which was good because we're smaller, but in others we did. And now when we create that harness, internally we have shared skills. We have a skills library. We know what's created. We know when they've created. We know we have an approval flow for if you're going to create something new, but it's a really lightweight approval flow. So yeah, I highly recommend kind of getting your team. You can't just tell people overnight, show us ROI first and then come and kind of back in and like think through what you want to build and then tell us about it. We wanted people just to go and do it. And I mean, I built an onboarding agent which solves 49 manual pain points for our team when we pulled data from Greenhouse over to Bamboo. And now our team just drags and drops the letter into that agent, and that agent builds that entire person's and onboards that person. That took me 2 weekends, and I'm thrilled we did. It solves so much. It's helped us reduce the headcount in that. Well, not the headcount, but the headcount spend, the time that my team spends on onboarding, which is so annoying. They're just putting someone's job title in Bamboo because Greenhouse didn't bring it over properly. Like, it's the most mundane things, but now it frees them up to actually have real life conversations. So that was a kind of a real example of how we've done it. I hope that's helpful.
Jordan, I'm going to piggyback on your comment. I think 100% absolutely people have got to play. So I'll clarify a bit. We internally, we did a very similar thing to you. We all played with Gemini. Now we're all playing with Claude. And we, to your question, Kaziba, we actually have a running share across the organization to look at similar use cases that you can replicate and grow that muscle and grow that learning. What I think the challenge is, though, is depending on at a macro scale for an organization where you're trying to say, what are the business outcomes we want from this, is really where it's growing from both ends. So like one of the pieces I think on AI that is fascinating too for this audience is managing change. And if you look at historically, you know, you'd have a big project, you'd plan for it, and then like months later you'd do it, you'd tell everyone all about it before it came. AI just like showed up on our doorstep recently, and it's got a top of the line, you know, top of the organization saying we want to get X% outcomes from it, or I'm cutting heads around it, all of those kinds of messaging. And then the individuals are all saying, well, what, like you, Jordan, what do I do on a Tuesday? Because this job that I do, this bit, is not fun and hard. And so that management of change that is like popcorn, that's everywhere all the time. I'd say also what's interesting is we've been using that process visibility also to manage and see change impact. If you're going to do new things to new processes, if you're going to see where something might happen, is using AI to support people in getting their work done, where they're making a mistake and reinforcing good behavior and learning new things. So I'd say it's a mix of top and bottom. So I don't want to discourage that democratization, because I think that is where some of the most creativity comes from for sure as well.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jared. I don't know if anyone who wants to throw in anything, because I saw a comment from Yulin Ann earlier on. She was asking about the tools that we use to measure AI lift productivity or outcome. So I want to throw it back to the rest of the panel in terms of the tools that you use to measure AI. If you have something that you are using to measure the impact or the value of AI, not AI model itself, what it does, but is there any tool that you are using to measure the AI model that for productivity or outcome? That was the question that was asked by Yulin, but I think I had it on my questions also to throw it back to the panel.
I mentioned and spoke to that earlier when it did come up when I was speaking. 100%. That's what our customers are using it for. So like I happen to be here, and it sounds very self-serving to say it, but that's exactly how our customers are measuring it, is the ability to see the process execution. The question I would say that was interesting, I think, down below was recruiting an AI and bringing on new talent. That specifically, that is a process where if you can look at, from identifying the talent to gaining the talent, and if you're taking a long time to do that, you lose that talent along the way because they got another offer. That is absolutely a hire to retire process use case that we're seeing organizations look at. What is the way that you communicate with that recruit? How do you get back to them? Are you using AI to be able to stay in communication with them so they're managing expectations through that cycle? So 100% to that other question in the chat as well. But other people's comments, please.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, go ahead, Yang.
Sorry. Well, to me, Gaziba, I think that really depends on what exactly is the use case where you apply to AI. And then depending on that specific use case, then you will design particular ways to measure the impact, right? So for instance, if you for the initial deployment, probably you are focusing on the efficiency, then you want to gather or define metrics that will help you measure the efficiency, right? But if you, as you move on to the next stage, then you start thinking about, hey, has this AI solution helped me reduce some risk, for instance, attrition risk, right? Or some other types of risk. Then you need to design different ways. Hey, maybe you want to build a mathematical model to measure the risk reductions, right? Or if you want to measure the decision quality, now with this AI, have we improved the quality of our leaders' decisions? Then you probably need to think of a different ways of measuring that. And that particularly depends on the actions that leaders has taken, right? So I think there's, I wouldn't say there's like a tool, one single tool that you can apply and then you can measure the AI impact. It really needs to be carefully thought through, depending on how exactly you use the AI for what purposes. And then you can do the measurement accordingly. I don't know what others think. Jordan, yeah, go back to you.
No, I think you nailed it. I don't think I've got anything to add there. I think it's hard to measure, but I think you get into this measuring atrophy, and I still think we're not even there yet. Like I hear all the conversation often about measuring ROI, and we're definitely there, but it took us a while. It took us a while to get to, okay, let's actually start to measure what's actually return here. And we're comfortable with that journey. And I think you need to be comfortable with that journey too, to say, no, my team just needs to, I get back to it, just needs to build the muscle and just feel confidence in it. And then we can go back and kind of have a look and go, okay, right, now what do we really think is the ones worth building? We built a platform because we moved to a new office out of a WeWork, and we basically built a seat booking system with Claude. My HR coordinated it. And our engineering team put it in a hosting environment, and now we use that. That's a great ROI because we would have had to buy a platform that would have helped us do that, and we worked it or built it their own back in the day. And so that was a great ROI. That one we can see, but you can see that really clearly. I'm not sure you need a million tools. Depends on the size of your company. Obviously, we're still 370, so we've got opportunity to be able to keep a bit of a handle on it. But yeah, I guess my encouragement would be, if your teams are still at chat, you're way behind. If your teams are starting to work through workflows and starting to do agentic pieces, let them do it. But have the controls in the background so you're not going to blow your spend. And those that are spending the most, meet with those. Understand why they're spending the most. Have those conversations. Let's see what you've built. And the ones that have built something great, have those people present at your next all-hands meeting or your company meetings, which we did. We did lunch and learns with our top spenders who we saw the ROI and we could meet with them and understand it. And then we increase spend for those certain people, and we decrease spend for other people in other parts of the department that don't need that amount of AI agentic workflows. It just makes sense. And you can start to understand that.
Jordan, I love that. I think a lot of people's challenge with finding the most helpful use cases of AI is just a lack of inspiration. Like, we just need more specific use cases, and getting those from our peers is the best. So I love that you put those people on display and rewarded them. I would also just add to this, like there are hard things, like how do you measure if innovation has increased? But there are really easy things, like how do you measure if your HRBPs are getting less requests, or those types of things. Like there are some things that are quite simple. You don't need a new tool. You already have the tooling. And also, I encourage you, put the onus for a lot of this on your vendors too. Like not Claude, because you can do anything with Claude, but a lot of your HR tech platforms, they have incredible ways to prove ROI. And if you ask us for it, we will build it.
I'm going to piggyback on a couple of things that you guys have said. And one of the questions in the chat as to how do we address, tackle, deal with the fact that there's layoffs related to AI or there's capacity around AI. I would say that for sure, capacity planning is sat within the HR space, as well as obviously in just line of business leaders for some time. And the ability to be, and I'll use a negative word, but a positive word, to be surgical about understanding what's going to be different allows you to be kind and intentional around capacity planning. So a good example of an organization that I was talking to at a Gartner event in December, they were a startup software company, and their ability to service customer requests was not high. Kristen, I think of you guys when you were first growing, you only have so many resources. You can't add new headcount. You can't afford it. And so your ability to respond to questions is only so much based on your capacity. And they actually looked at how to use AI to answer the questions of their potential customers or existing customers and built trust with that service, like that answer base. And it wasn't the kind of AI that you don't like. It was the kind that was helpful. And in fact, they ended up being able to reduce their ability to service customers into a much more appropriate and acceptable timeline and grew their customer base and effectively added headcount without adding people. So they added capacity in terms of what they're doing. To address the layoff question, I think understanding where your capacity opportunity is. A company called Fathom that I used to work with a lot years ago, FAETHM, they've since been bought by Accenture, used to look at what impacts does technology have on jobs if you were to put it in place. And their research that they did, shared a lot with Davos, is that retraining and repurposing people is much more cost effective than laying people off. And so, I look at a recent discussion where the head of strategy for OpenAI was saying when CIOs say, I'm laying off 10% of our workforce because of AI, it's a really weak and bit of a cop-out to be the answer for why you're getting rid of people when you don't really know what you're doing differently with or without those people. So I think the way you address it is knowing where is capacity coming from, where can tasks legitimately be done by AI more effectively, how can people be more efficient, to Jordan's point of finding ways to be smart. I was on a call this morning earlier with some of our team saying, I've saved time here, I've saved time there. Specifically, one was our marketing team who was looking at saying, I can produce work in this much less time. Therefore, I can spend time doing the human things like speaking to journalists and finding relationships, which are human things that AI is not going to do for me. So to the question of capacity and layoffs, I think understanding what capacity you have can mean that you can be much more intentional in your talent management. And then it's just not a wholesale layoff activity being blamed on AI, but an intentional resource plan where the digital worker and the real human worker are both part of that plan.
Yeah, Carrie, I think you are definitely spot on. We should be ready now to move from AI bringing the productivity improvement to AI creating more growth opportunities. Because these AI investment potentially has opened the doors to new markets or partnerships that were previously impossible. Right. So with that, and then coupled with the upskillings, reskillings that you mentioned, right? So we get the workforce ready to explore those new opportunities while we have those improved productivities. So that will naturally address, these layoff questions there.
Thank you so much, everyone. I think this is so important, especially from a side in Africa, and especially in Botswana. When the AI was introduced into the field, into the in African continent, the ideology was, people are going to lose jobs. There are going to be a lot of layoffs. But if you come up with strategy to help people understand that it's not there to take jobs, but to help, your jobs become more efficient. to become more productive and do your jobs simpler than you have been doing before. So we run away from the manual work, but now we are going to the AI model that will actually make your life quite easier. So it has been quite interactive session, and I really appreciate everyone who's been here. I don't have any other question because our time is fast spent, and we'll be moving on to the next session very in a few minutes. But let me thank you for the conversation that has highlighted a very successful implementation on AI models and technology. It's about measurement, and we're able to see and where to measure and how to measure all these things. So the organization from here will create sustainable value from AI after knowing how to really measure the metrics of AI, the value that is bringing. So please, thank you so much for this today. I think on the other side is in the evening, and my side is at night. So thank you so much for your time, and you've been a great panel. I really appreciate. We shall catch up again.
Thank you. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you, Koziba, and to our expert panelists. That was a fantastic session. I'm taking note. We've been talking about what AI can actually deliver in practice, and today we're showing you the proof. What you're about to see is something real, not theory, not a concept. It's a working solution built by one of our Practical AI Mini Master participants earlier this year. He took everything he learned and he turned it into something that solves an actual business problem with measurable impact. Jessa, roll the tape.
It originally started out as just an internal need for smarter leave of absence. It originally started out as just an internal need for smarter leave of absence tracking and management. I realized how much of a pain point it is across HR for everyone, and decided to try to build something that I can, maybe get other people to use.
So that's Guild Light, an AI-powered HR platform that transforms leave management and performance documentation. One of our participants who has real results. Learn more at guildlight.co. That's guildlight.co. And thanks to our alumni for sharing. You could be next. Hacking HR's Mini Master in Practical AI launches on July 24th this summer for 19 weeks. This is where you'll learn the frameworks, tools, and strategies to build or optimize your own AI-powered system and deliver measurable value to your organization. If you're ready to build something that matters, then please join us. All righty. Let me bring Shruti to moderate the next conversation, Scaling AI Without Breaking the Trust That Makes It Possible. How are you today, Shruti?
I'm doing so well, and this last panel was so great. I was making notes the whole time. So
Yes,
have a
aren't we
great day.
all? Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you're excited for your next panel, and I'll leave you to it. We'll see you a little bit
Thank you.
later.
All right. See you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I hope I'm audible. So whether you're joining us live today or watching this later, welcome. I'm glad you're here. I'm Shruti Chaube, a global people and culture leader. I started my career as a software engineer. Somewhere along the way, chose the journey into HR. And so I've spent a good amount of my career thinking about what happens to people when technology scales from both sides of the equation. As someone who's built systems and as someone responsible for the humans inside them. I co-lead the Hacking HR Atlanta chapter, and in good company, HiBob's HR community here in Atlanta. And a quick nod to everyone joining us from Atlanta today. The FIFA World Cup is in our city today. Czechia and South Africa are on the pitch, and I appreciate you choosing to stay here over the match. So yesterday, this community talked about trust as an infrastructure. Today, we are on day 2, execution, work design, and scaling. Turning ambition into systems that work under real conditions. Our previous panel asked what AI is actually delivering, and now I want to ask what happens to the people inside those systems when delivery moves faster than trust. I want to acknowledge this moment where we are. Yesterday, the G7 summit concluded in France, where the CEOs of OpenAI, Google DeepMind, and Anthropic sat with world leaders to debate the future of AI. As we speak, the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research has opened its global conference on AI, security, and ethics in Geneva today, bringing together diplomats, policymakers, and military experts to govern AI at a planetary scale. The world government are trying to figure out AI governance from the top, and we are here to figure it out from the inside, from the people and organizations where AI actually lands in someone's working life. I believe both matter equally. Trust is one of the richest currencies we have in employee dynamics, and Stanford's 2026 AI index tells us something interesting. 52% of people globally say AI makes them nervous, and 59% say it offers more benefits than drawbacks. The same survey with the same people has a paradoxical output. That gap is exactly where organizational trust either holds or breaks. Think about a book you loved being adapted into a movie. You're excited, you want it to work, you've already bought your ticket, but you're still a little bit nervous because even if you love the story, you wonder how it unfolds on screen, and that may be completely different. This is exactly where employees are with AI right now. They know that the story is changing, but they're anxious about how it plays out. I want to have that conversation today with the panel that has actually been inside of all of it, and I'm hoping we leave with something real and actionable. So I welcome our panelists today. Hi, David. Hi, Julie, Kelly, Ziore, and Hernan. So if you could kick us off with one sentence about who you are and one thing you've seen go right or wrong with AI and trust in an organization in under a couple of minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, so I can start.
Yeah.
David Shim, co-founder and CEO of Read AI. We're the system of record for meetings. So we have over 5 million users. We're adding 50,000 new users a day, where they want to be able to capture the meeting. And I think it's the core component of why we've been so successful is that level of trust. You have to be transparent when you're joining the call. There are solutions in marketplace where you can record someone and not tell them. And that's that. You might be like, hey, there's less friction. I don't need to tell anybody. I get the notes associated with that. But the downside of that is it's hard to share the notes. If you've got some really clear takeaways from that conversation, it's very difficult to go in and say, how did you know I said that 5 minutes and 22 seconds into that conversation in the exact quote? That's problematic. And when you don't have that level of trust, it makes AI a lot less efficient. And I think that's where the biggest mistake is when people try to roll it out without disclosing it's being used. I think where it's most successful is when people know that it's enabled and they can opt in or opt out of being a part of that process.
Maybe Julie, yeah.
Yes, hi. Happy to be here. Thank you for having me, Julie Stone. I am Chief Learning Officer at TTEC, which is a global consulting and outsourcing company. One of the primary remits I have is onboarding and training approximately 40,000 new frontline workers every year who are located around the globe. We use AI extensively, not only in those learning and onboarding experiences, but to help them in their performance coaching. We also use it behind the scenes in a lot of our work processes, as many companies are now. And I would say you absolutely need to communicate with transparency and clarity to the extent that you know it with your employees. What people don't like, and we can probably all put ourselves in this camp, is when we don't know why changes are happening and what those changes are going to do for each individual, for me, for my job, for what I'm expected to do. And while we might not know those answers all up front, we need to bring people along the journey and say, this is where we intend it to add value. These are the parts of the work that we see opportunity in. What do you see opportunity in? And if we do use it to augment or replace these tasks, what am I supposed to do with that extra time that I have gained? Just more of the same, something different? And so it's that transparency and clarity that is really going to keep trust high throughout the changes.
Thank you, Julie. Kerry, do you want to pitch in and also
Sure.
tell us a little bit about yourself? Yes.
Nice to see everyone. I'm Carrie Higgins Bigelow. I'm the CEO and founder of Living HR. And we're called the Work Agency very intentionally because we're builders and doers that are working to transform workplaces. So we have 4 different service areas where we support. We do a lot of managed services. We help clients on the people side transform their organization from an AI people solutions perspective. We also do a lot of work to support fractional CHRO opportunities and interim work. And we do a lot of leadership and advisory. And, one of the things that in all of our travels, we've been around since 2009, that has held true is that we've always focused on being human-centered, tech-enabled, and impact-driven. And there's been no other time like now, I would say, around AI, where all of the convergence of those 3 kind of pillars are coming together in a really interesting way. And the organizations that are doing it right are reaping the benefits, and the ones that aren't are having the fall off that we'll probably talk quite a bit around trust today. So excited to talk to everyone and glad to be here.
Thank you, Kerry. Hernan?
Hey everyone, this is Hernan. I'm one of the principals at HR2 Advisory. We basically help board CEOs, CHROs of companies that are scaling up pretty fast and internationally build up their HR infrastructure, processes, policies, team, everything. What I'm observing in organizations basically is that there's a trust issue related to the ownership of where AI needs to sit. There has been a lot of debate. It belongs in IT, it belongs in HR, it belongs with the CEO, maybe somewhere else. Most organizations more or less have a story that they tell you until there's an incident. The incident happens, and then it's very clear that ownership has been vague, and it's not clear. And I think that it's those incidents, the reaction to them, naturally, because technology is going very fast for organizations to digest, that's causing a little bit, this trust issue between the rest of the stakeholders, employees, boards, class customers, and the organization telling, hey, get your stuff in order, this is not really in control. So happy to talk more about it, but that's a little bit what I'm observing.
Thank you, Hernan. And Azure, take it, close it for us, but I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly.
No, that's okay. You actually did it well. It's Azure. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Azure Montoot Lewis. I am the Global Chief People Officer for Burson, where I lead our global people strategy across talent acquisition, talent management, learning and development, rewards, people operations, culture, and conclusion. Frankly, the whole people agenda. Over the last few years, I've had the opportunity to lead my current organization through a significant transformation, including the merger that actually created Burson, which is now one of the world's largest communications agencies. At the same time, we had an existential focus area on AI because it's going to have a significant impact on our business going forward. So right now, I think HR sits at the intersection of organizational change and change management, the impact of technology on our workforce and really the ultimate human experience that we need to protect. Throughout my career, I've been in financial services, communications, consulting, and I've seen really firsthand that technology, or frankly, any change management initiative only excels and succeeds when people trust and people have trust, which is why I'm sure I'm here to talk with you all today, because really our challenge isn't simply implementing AI or ensuring we stay ahead of the curve, but it is also important to me that we stay transparent and human-centered. So really excited to be a part of the conversation today, and just looking forward to connecting with my fellow panelists and sharing some really good insights for our audience. So thank you for having me, Shruti.
Love that, Azure. Thank you so much for kicking us off, everyone. And now, before I bring in our first question, I want to just encourage our viewers to drop your LinkedIn profile in the comment section. This is a community, and use this hour to find yours. Connect with the speakers, and while you're here, tell us, it's a question for the audience. When your organization last deployed an AI tool, how were your employees informed? Were you told in advance with real context, or did you find about it after it went live, or did you just figure it out on the go? And now, as our audience answers that, I would like to check with David. Read AI captures engagement, sentiment, talk time per person. How do you build something that intimate without it feeling like a surveillance?
No, I think that is a very good question. It comes up a lot. And there's a couple things that we do. So one is you have to set up a level of trust. And for us, the level of trust is we don't train against your data. So when someone comes in, people are always worried, are you going to take my voice? Are you going to take my content? We make it very clear. We do not train against your data set. If you want to go into the settings and enable it, you can, but it's a multi-step process to do it. So by default, 90+% of our users have not enabled it. And they're like, okay, great. I feel that's the table stake. You're not going to use my voice, my image, etc. The second thing is we don't actually do things like fingerprinting your voice, your face. It's more just, are you talking really fast? Are you talking really slow? Are you nodding your head in agreement? Are you shaking that you disagree? It's those nonverbal cues that really create a narration layer. And people can decide if they want to use that or not. So we have settings at the workspace level to disable audio and video playback. So if you don't want that, if you don't want engagement and sentiment based on your organization, you can take those things out. And I think that's really important, because for users, both at the enterprise level and the employees on the ground, it's important to have that level of control. If you don't have that level of control, it really does feel like Big Brother. It's top down. Hey, I get access to everything and I get nothing in return, and I don't get to choose what happens. But then once you give them the option to opt in or opt out, I think most people now, they're still worried about AI, but they also see the benefits where you have, like, my mom, she's 72. She doesn't speak English very well, but she uses ChatGPT to actually write in Korean, send me words, and sends me text messages more than she ever did in the last 3 years in a single day. And she studies these long things. But it's enabled that level of kind of interaction, that ability to kind of scale yourself and communicate better. And people want to do that. And what we're seeing on our end is you save about 20 hours a month when you use something like a productivity tool like Read AI or whatever else you use, because it goes in and says you don't have to take notes, especially in the HR space and the recruiting space. You want to pay attention. You want to be engaged during call, but you don't want to be this, because even if you're paying attention and you're writing notes, to the other person, it looks like you're not paying attention because you're not making eye contact. So I think this is where AI really does give you scale.
And what did you get on, like, in terms of your research? What did you get on early, like on the go? What did it teach you about trust or building trust?
Yeah, I think that building the trust side is, if you get that level of trust, people will start to adopt it very quickly. So what typically happens with Read is, like, people are like, what is this? What does this do? They see it. They know that it's on the call. So we don't go in and we just automatically record, but we join as a participant so people see that it is on the call. And what happens in that instance, like, people are like, okay, I'm comfortable enough in this conversation. They might not include it in a one-on-one where you're starting to give some critical feedback and you're like, okay, I don't need this. But if it's like more of a group meeting, you have all that information, that level of trust, they start to adopt it more and more, to the point now where 1 in 5 meetings, the person who uses Read doesn't even go to the meeting anymore. And that's not an insult, because we've been kind of trained to over include people in a meeting where you're on a call where 4 people talk, but you got 14 people on the call, and those 14 people are kind of like, okay, why am I just listening to these 4 people? This could have been an email. Why do I have to be here? Now the AI goes in, gives them the notes, and if they need to follow up, they can. And those 4 people could still have that conversation, but you're able to get that knowledge. And I think that actually is kind of like, people are like, this is great. Like, you just saved me 4 hours this week that I don't have to go to meetings. And then you can make the decision, do I want to use AI or not? Do you want 4 hours of back or not? Do you want 8 hours as it gets better and better? And I think those are choices that employees want to be able to make, and they can choose not to do it. I think that's what you want to give people that power to do.
Sure. And you sit closer to this than almost everyone. You see how these tools are basically landing in organizations, like when AI produces a biased outcome and how someone is evaluated or measured. Who in your experience actually owns that? And what does fixing it looks like?
Yeah, I would say the big part of the ownership is because it's on record, it leaves things away from interpretation because everyone has a different POV. They might remember things certainly in their own opinion. Maybe they thought it, but they didn't say it. It is very valuable to have a system of record to go in and say, hey, when we discuss this, this is what we talked about. There is no kind of, hey, you said this, I said that. It is very much on paper. And what that does, it also, people are like, well, does that change behavior? Are people going to smile during the calls now because they want a high score? Are you going to pretend to nod their head? And like, the answer is no. It's too hard to smile for 60 minutes straight if you're not actually happy. So it's hard to fake that. And so when you get that, you see the natural reactions, but people also know, what, just like with an email, I think most of the people on this call know what you send out an email, it's in the record. It may or may not ever come up, but you are careful on what you word in an email. The same thing for meetings hasn't existed until a system of record has come into play. Now, if you go into a meeting, if you do something that you probably you shouldn't want played back, that's actually a good thing to have because people self-correct. People will go in and say, I need to go in and make sure that I present myself and I communicate in the right way. So I think those are all things where people don't expect that necessarily, where it's like, oh, it's surveillance, it's when I'm not paying attention. No, one of our most popular features is coaching. And so one thing I do is I talk really fast. I used to be 275 words per minute, and that is way too fast. Now it's gotten down to about 175. I still need work, but I can see where people stop paying attention to me or they get confused because I go so fast. And that's not a manager telling me. The AI is telling me. And I actually like that, and our users like that because it's not your manager being critical of you or giving you feedback where you get offended. It's more like, hey, Waze told you to make a right turn. Do you get mad at Waze that it tells you like make a right turn? You're like, no, it's saving me time. And you can decide not to agree with that right turn and go straight, but that's the level of choice. And I think that's where the trust comes in, where you get to decide what you want to do. And hopefully the outcomes are better with AI.
I want to open this up to our other panelists as well. Does anyone want to maybe speak a little bit about who owns, the experience and what fixing it looks like if there's a biased outcome based on usage of these tools?
Maybe I can take it.
Okay.
What I think that you see is that ownership is really a problem. It's unclear. I think that organizations are trying to react, sometimes more successfully than others. You see a couple of half solutions, being implemented there. One is when basically accountability has been distributed across a few different parts of the organization, which means that there's no accountability. There's an orphan decision. Nobody really owns it. That's not working. The other one is when people are telling you trust AI, but that trust is a little bit, built by announcement, basically they tell you whatever legal is now responsible for AI. I say, yeah, well, you can enunciate that, you can tell it, but that's not really, going to give me the feeling that this is being handled responsibly or fair. The third one is oversight theater, which is when they tell, with the same example, there is somebody in charge that will oversee everything that AI is doing. And actually, there is an artificial, I would say, human loop that it's put, but really the oversight, it's not being felt as such, hence trust. So basically, the problem is that we're trying to, I think, outsource a lot of work into technology, but we cannot outsource authority, over that technology. Right. Nobody feels comfortable there. And that's a little bit where the friction is happening.
Okay. Thank you. So, Kerry, I would like to ask you, like, what indicators tell you whether an organization actually has the trust foundation to scale AI responsibly? And what do you do when that reading isn't good?
Yeah, it's really been interesting to see the shift since this first rolled out and the blowback that's really happened from the contract that we continue to break with our workforce. Employees and employers have really struggled to create this agreement where we understand what we're both giving and taking and for what. And so in order to measure that, one of the things that I think is really important, we kind of look at a litmus test of a couple different areas. And one is, do they know what and how you're planning on using AI and how that will impact their actual role? And if they don't understand that, you're creating automatic fear, right? The fear of the unknown, and the unknown is, am I going to lose my job? And then, looking at, is your organization from a culture perspective strong enough to withstand this much change and transformation? If you're coming into it with low employee net promoter scores, low trust scores, low psychological safety scores, all of those things indicate to me that your organization isn't ready for this, and whatever big change you put through is going to be a problem, and this one's going to be that times 10x. The other litmus test that I like to look at is around the governance and how visible the governance is across the organization. Do I know how I can use it? Do I know what's going to get me in trouble? Can I turn it on in the meeting? Am I not supposed to do that? Sort of the fear factor again, where we're breaking trust because we're creating fear. And so, and then the other kind of factor is, how much are you going to invest in my development, in reskilling me? And are you using this as this opportunity to replace me, or are you using this because we're trying to create value? And so is this an efficiency play, or is this a value play? And if it's a value play, then how do I learn how to use all of this new way of working? Because we're fundamentally changing the way somebody does their job, and there's no real clarity around how that happens. So I kind of look at those 5 things and try to assess, when we're working on a massive transformation, are they going to be able to withstand true transformation, or do we need to fix one of those things first? If you're already coming into it with a low trust, a bad culture, a bad employee experience, you're not ripe for this. This is not something that your workforce is going to say, oh yeah, this is the answer, and get on board. So, I really think it's important for organizations to be honest with themselves and where they're at, and do a real look and an assessment. And that's something that we've found very big gaps in what the employees are saying versus what leadership thinks it is. And so addressing and filling that gap has become sort of where the magic is, to make sure that this is a successful effort.
And when companies skip that diagnostic entirely, so what do you see then when you come in after the fact, once the AI rollout has already been done?
Yeah, I mean, it's all the things you would probably expect. It's low adoption, it's fear and wondering, am I going to have a job? It's also, it's somewhat of an immobilizer on all progress too, because you start to see people not wanting to act on any of their initiatives because they're stuck in trying to determine what's happening with AI. There's been so much noise that noise and the level to which that noise has risen in the organization is something that then you have to go back in and completely address and own if you did it wrong, right? And I think a lot of times organizations have rolled out these efforts and said, oh, we're going all ChatGPT, we're going all Claude, where everybody has licenses. We're using all these new customer service agents. We're getting rid of all these people. And you can look at examples like Klarna's story and how that all shapes out. And what ends up happening is that you've essentially eroded more of the trust. And we then have to completely go through a rebuild effort. And the rebuild is kind of still based on one of those 5 things, like what is the thing that we need to fix in order for this organization to be ready? But the noise that people are creating around it is not only stopping the AI progress, it's stopping progress, period, within the organization. And so it's not just the implication of AI, it's creating negativity in the culture, it's creating a mistrust in leadership, it creates that I'm going to lose my job, you know, and so that contract, like we've got to fix the contract first, and people need to understand it.
Love that. Love that. Julie, you said AI doesn't create advantage. How you design your people around it does, and Kerry also sort of just brought that up as well. But here is what I think employees are really afraid of: not just losing their job, and but losing how they fit in their current job. And so, how do you trust? How do you hold the trust of someone whose role is being fundamentally redefined by AI decisions, maybe that we are making on their behalf?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I love this panel because I can tap into so many answers that have already been given. Kerry, it's like you're having a mind meld with me. Because there are some core principles, and these have always been true, and they will continue to be true, is that you're going to create the conditions for people to thrive when there is transparency, clarity over the work that you want them to do, what value they are bringing, agency, which is something, David, that you talked about, is choice. People need to feel like they have choice in how their work is done and how they are contributing value. Growth is a really big piece of it. How are you going to help me either reskill or continue to grow? Nobody wants to be stagnant. They want to be able to build on their prior successes. And then the other thing that is a really necessary condition is belonging. People have to feel like they fit within your culture, your environment that you are creating for them. All of these are at risk with AI. And they've been at risk with other technology implementations that we've had, but this one is moving so fast. And we hear these mandates, right? Like from the top down, which is, well, we've given you tools and we've given you training, so now everybody go use it. That's starting to diminish a little bit as software licenses are moving from per person to token use. Everybody's having a little bit of a wake-up call there, but you can, and people are using it to be more productive. They are using it to help them read meeting minutes and organize their time and figure out what actions they haven't taken. But there's significantly more value that you can get from just productivity gains. And Kerry, you spoke about it. Depending on the work and the task, it might be that you want to get it done faster and do more of it, but it might be that you get it done faster, you're not going to do more of it. The perfect example is a financial analyst who creates your public company reporting. Just because they can do it faster doesn't mean you want them to do 3 times as many, right? So then what do you want people to do with that time that they have captured back? It might be that you want them to do more. If you think about somebody in marketing or somebody in sales who can produce that many more customized proposals, great, do more. That generates growth. So you have to consciously make some decisions beyond the basic productivity gains that say, how can we re-architect your job? And you got to bring the employee along that journey with you. It can't be this, I'm going to do this to you, and redefine your job. It needs to be, what are the opportunities here for work? Where do we want you to be shifting what you spend your time on? And there's a lot of questions that all of us have as employees. Well, is there the same value in doing that work, or am I somehow going to be valued less than? Do I still have a career path? What does this job become? I knew what my career path was before, but now I'm not so sure. If I need new skills, are you going to help me get those skills? And are you going to give me time to do those on the job? Or am I just expected to figure that out on my own? And then a really big one that employees are often afraid to ask And I think leaders are even more afraid to answer is, does my compensation and my benefits change because of this? Right?
Mhm.
Like, I think there's an expectation, from management that it's a new tool. I gave you a new tool. Now you can go faster. Why would I pay you more to do that? Well, that is, you're an inch in on what is a massive opportunity. You want to really use AI to redefine your business and redefine your work and get more value from your people. You want them to do more deep work. You want them to be more innovative and collaborative and applying judgment. Guess what, folks? Those are some different skills. You might have to comp differently for that. It doesn't mean every job gets comped higher, but you need to do that assessment. And that is part of the contract that you were talking about, Carrie. Like, what is the value that I'm going to bring now? What do I get back for that? And is this a place that still values me, where I can still belong and where I can grow? So you're not going to know all those answers out of the gate, but you got to talk about them transparently. You got to communicate what your hypotheses are. You've got to engage your people in the decision-making process to the extent that you can, because, by the way, they know the work better than you do. They're the ones who do it every day. So they're the ones who are going to be able to say, yep, AI here, but not so much over there. That's not really going to work. So it's that, engagement, continuing to give them agency, continuing to think about the value that they're going to bring, and what that contract opportunity is for them.
All right. Thank you. Azure, I know we're sort of close on the time, but I wanted to bring this up because you have a very interesting, lens here to this topic. You were leading the people function through a major merger with the AI adoption was accelerating at the same time, right? You mentioned that in your introduction as well. So, and your employees are already trying to find their footing, and then AI-driven changes started reshaping how work got done on top of that. So how do you build employee trust in AI when the ground underneath people is still shifting?
Yeah, thanks for that, Shruti. And I actually I was taking copious notes when both Carrie and Julie were speaking, because so much of what they said was so important as we led this initiative. So I'll start by saying, Julie, what I kept hearing in your answer was just the concept of meaning. And like, we spent a lot of time talking about how we're redesigning the work, but really our employees were asking, like, do their contributions still matter, right? And so when I think about how organizations are starting to shift how they're navigating HI, is really helping people see how their values still evolves, not just how the tasks change, right? Because people attach their identities not to their tasks, but to their value that they drive, their contributions, and really ultimately, as you brought up the financials, really how they're rewarded by it. And so for Carrie, for you, when I was writing, I realized I wanted to say that employees can still be very engaged in AI, yet still deeply skeptical about how it's deployed and whether or not they trust it. And I love the thought about providing guardrails, for this, because a lot of times people think governance slows innovation, but in reality, good governance creates confidence that allows innovation to really scale. And so the three things that I remembered at the very beginning of our transformation, I wanted our employees to be able to answer really well three questions: is what AI tools can I use? 2, what kind of data can I put into them? And probably even more importantly, what happens if something's go wrong, right? And so I think giving that level of comfort and confidence would allow our employees to scale. But to your point, Shruti, like when I think about this, and a lot of people talk about AI as being a strong technology change, but in reality, it is a change management activity. We're changing mindset, we're changing behaviors, we're changing ways of working. And employees, I think from the beginning in our company, employees weren't really asking, how does the technology work? Once we started creating safe space for people to experiment, they knew it worked. What they were questioning was, what does it ultimately mean for me? And to me, that was the question that we really had to answer. So we learned very early on when we started talking about AI and how we were going to implement. We were talking about efficiencies. We were talking about capacity unlock, all the things that we know AI deployed well can do. But really, we learned very, very quickly, and we were able to quickly pivot, is that we were introducing AI because it was really going to enable our employees. It was going to be an extra enhancement to the capabilities that our teams and our employees already had. And so we start off by talking about why we were introducing AI at scale, how decisions would be made, where people still played a very important role. And so that relieves some of the stigma, the what's in it for me, what will happen to me questions very early on. And I think that is why we became very focused on being open and transparent about really what the end goal was, and then allowing people to experiment. And so people, when we have change initiatives like this, what AI is going to do, people are accepting that there will be uncertainty, but what they want in reality is clarity. So we use a lot of open communication, a lot of consistent messaging all the way through that. Over time, we built that trust. And I think that that's why we were successful, and we engaged our employees very early on in the conversations versus, as I think it was Julie that said this, we weren't having something done to them, but something they were helping us to co-create. So I think that's what led to our success.
Right. And Hernan, in line with what Azure just said, you would also mention that treating AI policy as a legal document isn't the right way to go about it. So if there is any insight that you want to bring to this question, please go ahead.
Yeah, basically, the one thing that you cannot build very fast is trust in an organization. That's the natural. You can buy capability pretty quickly. You can implement an AI tool, or at least deploy it pretty quickly. You cannot buy trust in a quarter. That will not happen. So you need to be very careful there. And once that you lost trust, also you will not regain it very quickly. So that's the thing that you cannot really, in a way, outsource to AI. And it's where I think our organizations are struggling, all over the place. We are all struggling. We don't know where to put it. There needs to be more reflection on that topic.
And in closing, I want to just bring up the final question, which is, what is the one thing that HR must protect as AI scales? And if each of you could sort of talk about that in under 30 seconds, it would be great. Thank you.
Maybe I repeat myself once, just because I just said it. But again, trust.
Right.
Don't let trust be gone. You will not be able to be successful otherwise.
I'll hop in there. I would say creating the conditions for human value to shine. If we just implement AI for all of its technological wonder, but we don't actually create the conditions for humans to do what they do best, then we have failed.
I would say culture. I think that if HR doesn't own transformation, just like Azure did, to me, that's why her example was so powerful, is because the transformation happened because they had a culture that could withstand it, because she did all of the right things to ensure that people were clear. They knew why, they knew what was going to happen. And that says something about the culture. And I also just want to say that that's why, to me, this transformation needs to be led by the people function, because if it's led by the technology can do whatever, but the people that are fighting against it or that are accelerating it are the ones that we really need on board. And so I just love that Azure had that example of how they've done it, because that's we've seen that works. It just needs to be owned by people, and we need to protect the culture.
Yeah. Thanks, Carrie. Just really quickly, I'll just say the one thing I think we have to protect is human agency. And I know that my colleagues have said that in many different ways. I think the technology should expand people's capacity, but not diminish their autonomy and their ability to do the work that they know how to do.
No, and I would agree with that. And just building on that, I think everyone talked about, but the why you're using the AI. I think just because is not the right answer, because it makes us more efficient is not the right answer. You want to be straightforward and honest with the folks that you're working with, to say, like, it's to actually eliminate a role where nobody likes to take meeting notes is a good example. Like, we've heard, like, hey, this is changing the way that we allocate certain people, but those people are way smarter than just taking manual notes, and now they're getting other opportunities. So by being transparent on why you're doing this and what the benefit is, I think it is going to drive adoption across the board. And it'll also alleviate some of the fear where if you don't explain why you're doing this, a lot of people are going to assume it's for a bad reason, and they're going to be more defensive. They're going to be more hesitant, and you're not going to get the adoption that you want to see as an organization.
All right. Thank you to all of you for sharing such real insights with us. And thank you to everyone watching live today or on recording. The conversation concludes with the final panel right here on day 2, AI strategy and the vendor, basically the vendor dependence, the risks associated with that. So don't miss it, and have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Bye.
Big thank you to Shruti and our experts. And a little reminder, we do have a live workshop kicking off at 11:30 a.m. Pacific time after the next panel. Paula Karenko and Amaya Grunberger from Talent Lab are showing you the exact recipe that separates the 5% of companies winning from AI from the 95% left behind. So stay tuned. Okay, we're going to bring Jeanette York to the stage. Hey, Jeanette.
Hi, how are you, Danielle?
I'm good, Jeanette. Are you ready to rock and roll with your next session?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great, Jeanette. I'll leave it to you, and we'll see you a little later.
All right. So hi, everyone. My name is Jeanette York. I'm excited to moderate today. Today's conversation is on vendor dependence is a strategic risk and how to manage it. As AI tools become more embedded into HR operations, decision-making, analytics, employee experience, organizations are moving faster, but they may also be handing more control over than they realize. AI vendors can create speed, scale, capability, but there are also some hidden dependencies. So let's see here. For some reason, the rest of my panel is not in yet, but I'm going to go ahead and bring them in. I'd like to take a couple minutes and have you guys introduce yourselves. We'll start with Dipti. Did I say that right?
Yeah, Julie. Hello, everyone. My name is Deepti. I am the Group HR for Happiest Minds Technology. I manage the US, Europe, and Canada region for the organization.
Awesome. And Shauna?
Hi, everyone. My name is Shauna Garrity. I'm the SVP of People at TalkDesk, and I run our global HR, talent, and IT, corporate IT functions. And TalkDesk is an AI provider in the customer experience automation space.
And finally, Dr. Ufsal.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Nishat Afzal. I handle corporate communications globally for Keka HR. It's an HRMS-based company. And I also handle the growth strategy of Keka itself. So yeah, great being here. Hello, everyone. It's great to connect with everyone here.
Fantastic. Thank you, everyone. We only have 30 minutes, so I'll jump right into it. I want to start with Dipti. I wanted to ask you, when does a vendor partnership become a strategic risk rather than a simple business relationship?
Okay, so good question, Jean. One of the things which I personally believe, being an IT services organization, vendor relationships are pretty important and pretty critical for every business because they bring in a good amount of diverse knowledge apart from what you have within the organization. But there are a couple of important points which you need to keep in mind whenever you're doing a vendor selection or you're having these partnerships. One is a lot of times many organizations have a single vendor dependency where all the information or the technical knowledge lies with the vendor and there's less dependency within your organization. So that's the first point. Second is, what's the capability on which you're relying on them? What's the balance which you're trying to create? What is internally available? What is that which you're looking for in the vendor? That's something which you really need to have that balance so that there is a collaborative effort than heavy reliance on one vendor itself. The third is the switching cost. Whenever you have only one vendor for any kind of implementation, there's always a very high dependency of, if there is high cost which you want to manage, and especially with AI coming in, the token utilization, more and more Claude, ChatGPT, Copilot, different licenses being used by different vendors, the cost dependency becomes really, really high. So what's the switching cost? What's the leverage which you're using, between them? How much dependency are you keeping in terms of licenses with the vendor, with internal environment? And the last is the business continuity, with all these economic situations and geographic situations changing very rapidly. What's the balance? What's the business continuity plan which you've kept in mind from a vendor, selection perspective or vendor dependency perspective? These are few elements which I feel. And I think one last important point which I missed is cybersecurity threats. I think that's also a very important aspect which every organization has to evaluate in terms of guardrailing their own data when it comes to vendor selection.
Absolutely, for sure. So what do you think, or how do you think organizations can balance that partnership and dependency?
I think one important thing which is a starting point is to collaboratively work and develop a shared outcome. What part of the business goal which you want to achieve, how much innovation you're kind of collaborating, what are the goals which you want to achieve? More than transaction, make it very outcome driven in terms of what you will achieve as end of every year relationship, and what the outcomes you're kind of aligning or governing or measuring. The second part is the ownership bit. I think the strategy, the governance, the knowledge ownership, where does it lie? Is it with one vendor? Is it with multiple vendors? Where do you have the data kind of sourced or kind of ongoing basis reviewed and governed on? And most important is the accountability and governance on a regular basis. I think that kind of brings everything together, having quarterly or governance mechanisms, business reviews to ensure that everything is working out smoothly, have a outcome driven, especially in the licenses. One of the things which we are also seeing is the token utilization of most of these AI agents. How are you ensuring that they're just not just using the tool and saying that we are doing AI, or are you able to see the outcome through that? Is very, very becoming critical. I am already seeing a lot of news coming in that most organizations are withdrawing licenses, and Uber and some organizations have already exhausted their quota of allocating these licenses. So how do you ensure there's an optimum use of it and there is optimum output which is given through these licenses? That's becoming a very big pain point for a lot of organizations going forward. I think I'll take a pause here.
Okay, yeah, I completely agree. So for Shauna, what are the biggest risks an organization underestimates when they're adopting AI platforms at scale?
Yeah, it's a good question. And it's an interesting time. So one thing that we've learned, I would say, over the last 2 years is that being single-threaded with one model or on one platform or one point solution is probably one of the biggest risks. And I'll talk through why I believe that. First is that as we've all experienced, technology is actually changing faster than procurement cycles. So the innovation arc that we're experiencing it's nothing like we've ever experienced before. So it becomes really challenging to stay on top of that innovation, on top of the feature and functionality that's released. And even more recently, it's very, very challenging to understand the performance of the model. We've seen some models outperform others at a rapid pace and then sharp degradation over time. And it's shocking, right? Like if you expect your models to deliver the same way they did the day before, it actually impacts your productivity. So I think the biggest risk right now is being single-threaded. What we've done is we've built an internal applications architecture that is model agnostic so that we can toggle back and forth between models based on the use case, based on the persona of the individual engaging with the models, or based on what we're trying to solve internally. And that gives us a lot more flexibility because in my opinion, like approaching vendor selection by thinking about who has the best AI today or the best vendor today is probably not the right strategy. Approaching it as how do we build an architecture that is truly model agnostic so we can have that agility based on what we care about, whether it's performance or whether it's cost. Like Deputy just mentioned, we know the needs of the business are going to change. The models are going to change. So having that flexibility to change with them is key.
Yeah. So with all of the change and everything, you're talking about balancing different systems and stuff. How should leaders think about balancing that speed of the innovation, with the risk and not of becoming overly dependent on like one system?
Yeah, it's almost like Tale of Two Cities, right? Like I've noticed that some companies are really biased towards just one vendor, going all in on one vendor, one model, one solution, or wild, wild west, right? Like allowing teams to buy whatever AI tools they'd like. And I think that both approaches fail, right? The best approach is one that has really centralized governance, common security standards across all applications, the shared data architecture, and as I mentioned before, a really flexible model layer. And in order to do that, that takes time, right? And so our challenge, if we're involved in those buying cycles and we're involved in managing expectations internally, our challenge is really how do we balance that? And so what we've chosen to do is lean into the awareness piece, show what we're building internally, even though it might take time, might take a quarter or so, show what our principles are and what we're building towards so that we can balance that risk of the shiny new point solution that might not pass legal or certainly won't get through procurement cycle really, really quickly with our platform strategy so that people are brought along on that journey. And what I found is if we can take that like consultative approach, if we can educate them, if we can understand their use cases, we could actually guide them towards that right solution. And by time, as we're building the internal enterprise architecture that is secure and that is going to be able to meet their productivity needs.
Fantastic. Fantastic. So with all the changes and stuff, how often should organizations like reassess the AI vendor portfolio?
That's a really interesting question. It's actually one of our biggest challenges right now. It's not just the AI vendors, but it's our core business process applications that are also introducing AI functionality into their solutions. It is incredibly challenging to keep pace with that, with all the new releases that are coming out. Like historically, most vendors would release on a quarterly cadence. It was predictable. They had a roadmap. You could bet on it. You could kind of get ahead of things and start building towards it. Now it almost seems like every day we're getting new feature releases in an email from all of our vendors, and a lot of the functionality is converging. So it's very, very difficult to understand their product roadmap and delivery cycles. So my opinion is that even though it's difficult, it's not impossible. You can't give up. You have to keep your finger on the pulse of what's happening in the market. You have to be able to define your technology roadmap and know that it's flexible. It might be a 2-year roadmap that changes every 6 months, but making sure that you're staying in constant contact with your current vendors and also assessing potential alternative solutions in the market is the only way to provide the right technology internally for the phase that you are in, and make sure that you can have that flexibility moving forward. So short answer is, I would say at least, if it's core business process application, at least every 6 to 12 months. Most vendors have quarterly business reviews, and you can show up with your CSM. You can ask the CSM to bring their roadmap. The most important question to ask is, what can I expect in terms of feature delivery cadence and your roadmap, so that you can build that architecture internally. So yeah, at least every 6 months, I would say.
Okay. No, I love that. It is just moving so quickly, and I can't even imagine being in charge of selecting vendors, and I don't have that, luckily. But moving on, I wanted to ask Dr. Afzal. Afzal? Is that how you say it?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Yeah.
So organizations often realize that they're dependent on a vendor only when something goes wrong. So what are the early warning signs that a strategic partnership is becoming more vulnerable?
Thank you so much for that question, Janet, because we tend to take a lot of these vendors these days, especially when it comes to AI, because the market is booming with the technology, right? And there are a lot of tools in the market. There's a lot of vendors, and when things go wrong and things go haywire, that is when we realize that, okay, did we actually choose the wrong vendor, or was there some internal issue and everything? But I truly believe that the biggest warning sign is when the vendor becomes the answer to every problem that the organization has. And don't get me wrong, I don't mean that we should completely eliminate vendor dependence, but then we have all seen this probably happen within our organizations, right? A team raises a challenge, and then the immediate question or the immediate response to it is, let's see if our vendor can solve it. That's usually the moment when I start paying attention. And another sign is that when nobody inside the organization itself can explain how critical process works without the vendor being involved, right? A third one, if I may say so, is that your internal roadmap, when it starts following your vendor's roadmap, right? Okay, then that the vendor has said that in the next quarter or so, this specific feature will be released, and that is when we will start working on our specific roadmap. That is when you're going wrong, because instead of working on your vendor's roadmap, you should be working on your business strategy. So I usually ask a very simple question to my team, is that if a vendor disappeared tomorrow, or if this specific vendor that they are gaga over, if that vendor disappeared tomorrow, what would break within our organization? Not what would become inconvenient as such, but what would actually stop, right? Most organizations don't usually ask that question until they are forced to answer that. And I strongly believe that the healthiest partnerships are the ones where the vendor is creating value, but the organization is maintaining the control of it. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, absolutely. I agree. How do you know? I'm sorry.
It's very crazy out there. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're kind of breaking up.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Okay. So how do you know when a vendor relationship is creating a competitive advantage versus creating convenience? So at what point does the vendor stop being a technology decision and becomes an operational capacity decision?
Right. I think, when I was also mentioning earlier, I think that convenience gets mistaken for strategy all the time, right? Just because a tool or a vendor saves time doesn't mean that it's creating a competitive advantage. What it's creating is convenience for us. What it's doing is probably cutting down on the mundane activities, but it's not creating that advantage. Or rather, a competitive advantage is something that makes your organization better than its competitors, right? That's the literal definition of it. It helps you move faster. It helps you make better decisions. It creates, a better employee experience. there are tons of things that it can do. Probably it serves customers differently, or it unlocks something that your competitors can't easily replicate. And convenience is where it just makes your life easier. And the point where it becomes, an organizational capability decision is when the technology starts influencing how your people work, right? How your managers operate people, how your managers work, how your managers make decisions, how the team collaborates, or in whole the business operates. Right at that stage, you are no longer buying a software. You're buying or rather, you are shopping or shaping your behavior, your internal organizational behavior, and that's where I think many organizations underestimate the challenge. They focus heavily on implementation and not enough on capability building, because technology can be purchased, but capability has to be built in itself, right? It has to come within your organization. So yeah, that's what I would say to it.
Okay. So as AI models become more customizable, what do you think would actually differentiate vendors like 5 years from now?
Okay, so 5 years from now would possibly be 2031. And I don't think it will be the model as such, if AI models actually become increasingly commoditized, you said, right? Yeah, if AI models become increasingly commoditized, I don't think it will be the model. A year ago, I remember that everybody was, comparing model quality, right? Today, most leaders are asking a completely different question. Questions like, can I trust this vendor with my data? Can they integrate into my existing ecosystem, right? Because we understand that currently we are dealing with a lot of tools and technology internally without even, the presence of AI vendors. And so that is why this is very important as to whether they can integrate your existing ecosystem or not. And the next question would be, will they still be relevant 3 years from now? Because, the way I started my entire answer was, the fact that technology is booming. Every other day you have, innovation, new technology coming forward. So you do not know whether the, vendor that you're trusting this time, if it will be relevant 3 years from now. It has to be. It has to get updated with time and the era that we are now living in. And the next question would be, can they help my people actually adopt this technology? Because if we are taking the most basic technology, if we take into consideration an HRMS, right? The first few things that we actually look for is actually whether our people can adopt the HRMS. Is the UI UX that good or that easy for if you're taking into account the payroll, right? So if it is easy enough for a non-finance person also to process my payroll. So these are very few questions that people can ask themselves before actually finalizing a vendor. And the reality, honestly, is that most organizations, they do not fail because the model wasn't powerful enough, right? They fail because adoption never happened, governance wasn't clear, or possibly the trust just broke down somewhere along the way. And 5 years from now, I think that the winners will be the vendors that help organizations build confidence and not just capability, right? Because as AI becomes easier to access, trust becomes harder to earn. And in a world where many vendors offer similar technology, trust may likely end up being the biggest differentiator of all.
Fantastic. Yeah, I agree. So you mentioned governance. So I have a question for the entire panel. So we'll just go around. When AI touches, your workforce, HR decisions, what governance really needs to sit inside organizations rather than inside the vendor relationship? Whoever'd like to answer first, that's fine.
I think Deepti can go first because she had answered the first question.
Okay. So I think this governance piece will be dependent on both sets of the organizations, the host company and the vendor. But because there is a dependency on both sides, So I think the quarterly business reviews or the 6 monthly check-ins, which Shauna was also mentioning about, that's the first starting point to kind of review the entire where the roadmap is, what the dependencies are, how do we see the technology innovation scaling and coming up, in the longer run. But in terms of data and cybersecurity, or in terms of protecting the data, that's one big piece which I think there has to be a big ownership from the organization, which is outsourcing to the vendors, to ensure that these guardrails have been put. Because as Nishit was also mentioning that, if something breaks, then, if you're not able to figure out where the dependencies are, and then that's a breaking point for the organization in terms of output or delivery. So.
Okay. Shauna, you want to go next?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. We've thought about it a lot internally. Our CISOs are really scratching their heads with this as well, because again, it goes back to that innovation arc, right? So how often do you do a security review? When does one become stale? How do we ensure that all of the internal applications that we're leveraging today meet the same security requirements as our the solution that we're providing to our customers, our product? And it is not an easy thing to do given the number of vendors that we have available and the size of the team. There are certain constraints, right? And so it's establishing that framework, ensuring that we have the local security guardrails on all of our machines and best practices, and that everyone understands the responsible use and ethical use of AI, and educating your workforce on that, but also that tight partnership and coupling with our vendors to ensure that they are managing risk and vulnerability just like we are. And so, in my opinion, it starts in the vendor selection process, making sure that you're maintaining that very, very high bar. And to DP's point, you do also have to trust that they will maintain that level of like tight coupling and partnership with you as you scale and as they scale. So it's not a set and forget it review. It's not just during the procurement cycle or before you bring on a vendor. It should be that constant dialogue and communication between your team and that vendor to ensure that they're still upholding those same standards.
Thank you. And Dr. Rizal?
I think I strongly echo what Deepti and Shauna have been saying, and then if I may add a bit more to it, I think that organizations sometimes make governance more complicated than it needs to be, if I may say so. But at its core, I believe governance is simply clarity on who owns the relationship, who approves new use cases, what data can and cannot be shared, about the organization, and clarity for rather who is accountable when something goes wrong, right? Because I think a proper framework should be in place as to who is responsible for when AI goes wrong, and the decisions, whether it were taken by a human or possibly, by the AI itself, but there has to be a human, person who is accountable for it, correct? And the biggest governance failures I've seen, don't happen because there wasn't a policy in place, right? But rather because everyone assumed that somebody else would take accountability for it. Somebody else was responsible. But in the AI era, governance, I believe, isn't about slowing innovation down, right? I mean, if anything, it's more about accelerating it, and it's more about making sure that when innovation happens, it clearly understands boundaries. It understands the business that it will eventually serve.
So, who should have the authority to challenge, pause, override, or audit a tool when something looks wrong?
Definitely humans. I think, the person who, entered the command, or the person who actually, made the final touch, whichever AI vendor or a regular technology also that we're talking about, that is the person that should hold the final, accountability in itself. But definitely a framework should be in place for this, because, earlier also in the other conferences, I have heard people talk about, this very important part, that there has to be a triage of frameworks. Rather, if you are working with multiple, vendors, that is the only, area or the only possibility when you can avoid the shortcomings. And given the fact that we are just starting, with using multiple AI vendors, we are bound to make some form of mistakes. And but the framework is necessary. I know I keep talking about the framework a lot, but that's how much I believe in it. And yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
Okay. So Shauna, who would you say had the authority to challenge and pause? And
So I think it's it's a multiple layers, right? So depending on what happened, I think the onus is on the business owner or the business owner of the tool. Also, it could also be on the ops person. So the ops person, the admin deploying the tool. It could be the person using the tool. It could be your CISO team that created the guardrails. It could be your data privacy officer that also evaluated data access retention policies. So I think it depends on kind of what changed or what went wrong. We all have a shared responsibility. And I think as long as you understand what that responsibility is, you understand that framework, and you all work together to ensure that you're all adhering to the same standards, you will be able to protect, your internal tooling or applications, as well as the product. But I do think it depends on what happened, what changed, and who's responsible for that.
Okay. Yeah. So I've heard a lot of people are like, well, the tech department will be responsible, but it can't be just tech because HR has to be in there too. And it turns out like maybe a person from every department needs to be at the table discussing these things. For Dipti, what makes a vendor contract different than an AI strategy? And what risks show up when leaders confuse the two?
Interesting. I think the AI, I don't think so. They're two separate things. They're two entirely different things. And I think AI strategy is kind of co-owned with organization as well as the vendor. It's a collaborative effort where both will come together and decide on what is the innovation roadmap which they want to achieve, and basis that they define the milestones, the review, the governance mechanism, and further and so on. One of the interesting things which I am now seeing, and there's patterns emerging, is the entire work ecosystem is completely changing with more and more AI tools coming in. There is human and AI agent coordination which is happening, and there are new roles which are evolving. So the new roles, new work ecosystems are now coming in place with more and more AI tools. More organizations, especially the leading AI firms, are already hiring for human AI agents. So redefining the entire workforce, redefining the entire relationship with this in place, having human checkpoints in place, having different governance mechanisms. So everything will keep evolving, as Shauna was mentioning, that the CISOs and the security heads are actually breaking their heads with so much rapidly evolving technology. How do we ensure that these mechanisms are continuously reviewed? So it's not like a quarterly or a monthly check-in. It is an ongoing process that you keep upgrading your levels of check-ins and your workflows, depending on how the work ecosystems are changing, the roles evolving, the technologies are changing. So you really need to be on toes. Gone are those days where you do once in 6 months, once in quarterly review, and you're good with it. The technology is changing almost overnight. So we really need to be in pace with that, and also ensure that not completely the workflows are outsourced to agents. There are different checkpoints, as Dr. Afzal also mentioned, that humans have to be a different critical decision-making checkpoints. Otherwise, it will lead to a lot of ethical and legal complications for the organizations which are driving these relationships.
For sure. Thank you. So my next question is a group question again. So if you could give leaders one action that they could take tomorrow to reduce vendor risk, what would that be? we can start with Shauna.
I would say it goes back to my earlier point to design for optionality from day one. Don't get single threaded into one model, one vendor, one point solution. When you're thinking about your technology strategy, you should always think about maintaining that level of flexibility, because we know the tech's going to change. We know the models are going to change. We know the cost's going to change. Security posture is going to change. That's the only thing that we were absolutely certain of, is that they will change. And so making sure that you're designing for that optionality on the front end.
Okay. And Dr. Afzal, sorry. Oh, I can't hear you. Is your mic off?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So I think I would ask all the leaders here to identify one specific vendor that the business cannot function without, right? And then I would ask them to ask this one very rather uncomfortable question, and the question that I have mentioned earlier, that what would you do if this vendor disappeared tomorrow? And most organizations spend a lot of time evaluating vendors before signing contracts. We all do, right? But then I believe we spend very less time actually planning for disruption after its implementation, right? Even possibly if something goes wrong during implementation, what plan do we have in place? Are we going to do anything about it? What is the urgency? And is there a backup plan or anything? You don't really need a 100-page contingency plan, but then every critical vendor should have a clear answer to three things. One could be who owns the relationship, what is our fallback option, and how quickly can we recover from this crisis that we are in. The exercise itself, I believe, is often more valuable than the document it produces, right? Because it expresses and rather it brings forward a lot of hidden dependencies that nobody previously had realized that even existed within the organization, right? So that is something that I believe I would leave the audience with.
Okay. And Divjay?
I think Shauna and Dr. Afzal covered majority points. I think only one point which I would like to add is the data security. How do you ensure that these, ask the leaders, have you put in right data security practices in place? Where does the data live if, vendor pulls off? Do you have access to that data? Were you able to guardrail that, or do you have complete dependency on the vendor? So that's the question, which I would like to add on to the list, which the panel already gave.
Okay. We got a few more minutes. I wanted to ask one final group question again. With everything going to AI and different agents doing all kinds of work, what is the one thing that should never be AI, like outsourced to AI vendors?
This is one of the favorite discussion points in most of the panel discussion is, will it ever replace the people? And that will never happen, regardless of will it be vendor, or will it be any kind of technology. There will always be elements of human checking, judgment, empathy, which will be required in any process. May it be vendor selection, may it be vendor evaluation, may it be even roll-off of various workflows. There has to be a human check-in who can make the judgment calls, because data can only tell you some, certain aspect, but the context, the element of emotion, the overall business impact, that I don't think so agent can make a decision. You cannot completely outsource these decisions to, AI agents, how much ever technology advances. So the human element will become the non-replaceable thing as we go on.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Anybody else?
I think I think one thing that I would personally never leave to AI, is a decision that fundamentally changes a person's future, because as HRs, as human resource leaders, we are we have that person's future in our hands. If I may actually say that, right? Whether it's about hiring someone or firing someone, promoting someone, determining their pay, or deciding who actually gets an opportunity. AI can inform those decisions. AI can, surface patterns. It can identify risks. It can help us make better choices. But I truly feel that the final accountability in this domain should remain human completely, because when a decision changes someone's career, their livelihood, future, people deserve more than an algorithm. They deserve context, they deserve judgment, they deserve responsibility from a human, not an AI tool or a vendor in general.
Thank you. And Shauna?
Yeah, I think that I'll answer it a little bit differently. I think that what AI should never be is your competitive advantage, right? So like if you are leveraging a tool internally and you believe that that is producing that competitive advantage, I think that you're at risk of exposure. Your competitive advantage should always be your people, your data, your strategy, your ability to execute. So I don't think it could ever be that moat, especially because if it's a vendor or tool, anyone could leverage it, right? Any other organization could leverage it as well. So if you're thinking to yourself, wow, this is giving us that strategic edge, or I forget who said it on the panel, like we couldn't live without this tool, you're definitely single threaded. So thinking about making sure that you've got that redundancy in place, and that you're still at the heart of everything, making sure that your people are your competitive advantage.
I love that. I love that. So the goal is not to avoid the vendors, but the goal is more so to avoid losing the control of your strategy, the data, processes, and decision making. Would you agree? I think we are just about out of time. So I want to thank all our panelists. Thank you so much for joining me. This has been fun and enlightening, and I hope that everybody was able to learn a little bit more strategy behind, making sure that the vendors aren't taking all control of your systems. But thank you. And if anybody has something final they'd like to say, because they have not kicked us out yet. So please feel free.
I think I would just like to add one final thought that I had, that, what I started with, right? The goal isn't to eliminate vendor dependency completely, but rather the goal is to ensure that no external partner becomes more critical to your future than your own organization's ability to adapt to the rapidly changing business environment, like Deepti was also mentioning, right? So that's a one point that I would want to finally deliver. So yeah.
Fantastic. And just so everybody knows that as soon as we are off the screen, we do have a bonus workshop after this. So please stick around. Thank you so much. And we can bring in Jessa.
Thank you, Jeanette, and to our panelists for that important conversation. If you haven't already, check out the AIXSummit.com website and officially register for this 3-day summit. Once you do, you'll get access to all sorts of goodies, including 3 months of free Read AI access. If you want to take AI learning to the next level, why not enroll in Hacking HR's mini master degree program in practical AI? It launches July 24th for 19 weeks of live classes and labs with other students, like-minded folks from all over the world. This is where you'll learn the frameworks, tools, and strategies to build or optimize your own AI-powered system and deliver measurable value to your organization. Okay, everyone, you're in for a treat. We have our very special summit sponsor, Talent Lab, has put together a live workshop for you. Are you ready? I'd love to bring Paula Karenko, founder and CEO of Talent Lab, and Amaya Grunberger, HR Tech Director at Talent Lab Group, to the stage. Hi, Paula. How are you?
Very good. Thank you.
Nice to see you. Are you excited?
I am.
We're all in for a treat. So I will leave it to you to take it over.
Very good. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for being here. I promise that this 45 minutes that you're going to spend with us will be very, very valuable. We're going to talk about three things. We're going to talk about picking the right tools, the right mindset, and the right humanity. All of these are super important nowadays. I will be with you the next 45 minutes along with Amaya. I am the CEO and founder of Talent Lab. We are super, super passionate about people, about building a better workplace. We are global. We have been around for 13 years in different countries, more than 26 countries. We are true partners, super curious, and that is why we are here, because we have been in your shoes. We understand what you're living right now, and we want to solve some of your problems. This is our world. Basically, we do training, development, change management, organizational culture, and all the HR technology that makes all the other things work perfectly. We have been part of all of these organizations, more than 700 organizations, and I'm not putting this to impress you. The only reason I am placing this in front of you is because you may see yourself in one of these logos, and you may be living the same things that our clients do live, and our intention is to focus on what has worked for them and will surely work for you. So the first thing that I want to do is do a very big statement, and it is a reality check. 95% of all AI pilots have delivered zero measurable impact on the business. This is a study that was made by MIT. It was published earlier this year. I am sure that you have seen it. And for me, this was devastating. I am an AI enthusiast, and seeing this was like, oh my gosh, what's going on? And what happens is that the technology is passing the test, but we as organizations are not passing the test. The models do work, the technology is there, but what is falling is adoption. And adoption is a human problem. And a human problem is an HR problem. That means we are at the center of the problem. And this year is exactly the turning point that is needed to change all of this. AI will not replace HR, but it will replace an HR running by a 2015 playbook. It is this thing is very important because, again, I am an AI enthusiast, but I am a lot more enthusiast about humans. And the only thing that we know is that everything changes. And if we do not understand that we also have to change, and our models have to change, and our mindset has to change, we are done. And I don't want you to be done. The playbook right now is about 3 picks. And that will separate you from the 95% that definitely is doing things wrong. I want you to be the winner, and if I want you to win, I need you to pick the right tools. I want you to have the right mindset, but more importantly, I want you to have the right humanity. And this sounds weird, right? Because we are all human. Because we have been human for evidently all of our lives. But the thing is that maybe we haven't acted as it. Maybe we haven't really connected with others. Maybe we haven't been empathetic enough. And maybe the culture has been just over there in a poster, but hasn't been made alive, visible, measurable, and obviously the most important differentiator that we have. So most companies pick one. I really want you to pick the 3 and to be an HR hero. So the first thing that I want to tell you is to pick the right tools. And we have been talking about many things, many tools, many things that work, many things that are, being honest, AI hype. And our work is to curate all of those tools and bring you the right tools in front of you that will actually solve your problems, that will not be demos. It will not be a promise. It will be a real outcome. So let's start with the first one. And let's talk about the big, expensive mistake that maybe all of us are doing. Amaya?
Thank you, Pau.
So this right here is an expensive mistake. So as you can see, 46% of new hires, they fail within the first 18 months. Only 19% of these become an unequivocal success. So think for this for a second. Nearly half of your hiring effort, your onboarding, your salaries are written off. So this is not a guess. This is a 3 years leadership IQ study. So why do they fail? The answer is probably not what most of the people think, but we hire usually for skills, right? And we fire for attitude. So when new hires fail, only 11% of the time is about technical skills. 89% of the times is about attitude. So coachability, emotional intelligence, motivation, temperament. And here's the painful part. Okay, so 82% of the hiring managers, they admit they actually saw the warning signs during the interview, and they hire the person anyway. So we're not blind. We're just using the wrong lens to make our decisions about hiring. And this is the root cause. So look at the data we're using to decide, okay? The root cause is simple. You're making 2030 talent decisions using review mirror data, okay? The CV is just a record of the jobs that they no longer exist. And you're using tools that probably are not as actually updated, and they are retiring. So, and sometimes performance reviews measures, they measure how they perform in the old context. But this is pre-AI, pre-restructure, pre-everything. And the interview, sometimes it's good, but it's often just a theater, okay? So where most red flags get politely ignored. Meanwhile, the World Economic Forum tells us that 39% of the workers' core skills will change to 2030. So experience is a depreciation asset. We need different lens. We need predictive ones, okay? So that predictive lens requires 3 major shifts. The first one is shifting from what they did to what they could become, okay? So measuring potential, motivation, cognitive agility, and not just their track record. The second shift is from gut feeling to predictive science, okay? So algorithms, training millions of these algorithms based on profiles and consistent performance. And the third one is shifting from hiring only to the whole life cycle, okay? Not just looking for what we need today, but what we need for the future. So applying the same science for internal mobility, succession, and also restructuring, okay? Okay, the question, as you can see, is no longer what do they know? So the question now is how can they grow fast? So knowledge has a shelf life now, okay? Learning speed doesn't. That single refrain changes who you hire. So who you promote and who you bet on. And this is not theory, okay? This is the results about highly measurable data. So let me prove this on you. When prediction replaced intuition, here's what happened. 50% fewer hiring errors, 45% faster time to hire, because prediction filters and are better than CV screening, okay? And 30% lower turnover in companies that use validation and validated assessments in recruitment. So this is not a hype. It's deployed, it's measurable, and let me show you exactly how it works in a platform. So as you can see, this is assess first, end-to-end, okay? The best part is that this takes minutes and not weeks to measure candidates. So as you can see, we have Scan, that this is an AI agent that pre-reads your CV and also pre-qualifies the talent that you are evaluating. We also have Swipe, that is the tool that maps the personality through the validated process of Big Five model. Then we have Drive, that reveals what truly motivates each one of the people. And also we have brain that measures the reasoning, okay? The learning agility and the decision making. And last but not least is voice. This is an AI that interviews and assess the technical skills, okay? So the ability, and also we can assess languages. So with this, we get like a profile from the candidate, but it's also a thing that helps for other talent management. So here in your screen, you can see how the process of recruitment, it's completely remain and powered by predictive data and AI agents, okay? Notice that the candidate experience is going to be really premium, but it also solves most of the pain points of recruitment that you have today. You can create your own predictive model based on 3 ways. The first one is using our more than 2,500 predictive market models. The second one is giving the job description to the system, and the AI would identify these criteria that are the most important ones for your prediction. And the third one is that we can calibrate the model using your internal talent, okay? So we can do a benchmark with AI, and we get to see what are the characteristics that people that are already successful on your company and on those positions have, so you can replicate success. Then we also have a smart ATS. It gives you AI agents that make your life so much easier. So you can easily manage your pipeline and compare candidates. You can compare final candidates in one simple and single view and a really clean view, okay? So you can take decisions with reliable data without any like bias and removing completely the thing about guessing who's going to be the best one, but you're going to actually have information to make an objective decision, okay? And this same platform doesn't stop at hiring. So the same science that you are seeing is the one that is going to work with the talent management, the talent that you already have within your organization, okay? So honestly, this is where the biggest return of investment hides, okay? Because with the same tool that you are hiring, now you can talk about onboarding, okay? So speaking on onboarding, this data will help you to understand exactly what kind of leadership, type of work, recognition is going to drive the things that you want from each person, okay? And it helps them integrate really easy from the day one. The second tool that you're going to have is that you can map your talent, okay? You are going to be able to make smart decisions. You can use the talent mapping to identify succession pipeline, promote internal mobility, and also staff special projects, okay? And this is going to be based on actual data, not just who is the most visible person in the team, so I give them the projects. No, you're going to have real data to make those decisions. You also can evaluate and develop people using your own competency frameworks, and this is going to help you identify high potentials that are the people that are having extraordinary adaptability and are really fast learners and are actual action oriented. But the really cool thing is that it's not going to give you just like the high, medium, and low potential. This is going to give you like the potential for what? That a lot of the tools that we already have in the market, they don't answer this question, okay? So sometimes we have really good people that have really good potential for one position, but we don't get to see them because on the usual high potential tools that we have, they only give us these people that are going to be the next VP, or they have that like really good learning agility, okay? So this tool is going to give us that information about potential for what. And ultimately, you're gonna be able to empower your talent to create their own personalized development plans, okay? So these development plans are going to be completely aligned with your organizational competencies and their individual potential, okay? So you're gonna stop searching outside for what you have and what can we give them in order to develop, but you're gonna have the same information aligned with the things that you already measured. let's look into a real case. This is a global FMCG company that was facing over 30% of in their first year attrition in commercial roles, and they were using CV-driven decisions, okay, for hiring. Their managers, they knew, okay, so what good talent looked like. They thought, they were thinking that. But they just couldn't replicate this, okay? They think they could, but they couldn't replicate this talent. So we built for them a success profile based on their top performers, and we deployed Swipe, Drive, Brain across over 3,000 employees and candidates, and we create these predictive fit scores, okay? So we train the managers to interview with real data, with the information that it's really proven to be the success predictor, okay? The results in 12 months, can you guess? It was the hiring errors went down 50%, the time to hire dropped 45%, and the quality of hire, it went up 36%. Imagine that, okay? In their own words, they stop hiring for experience and they start hiring for potential. Now it's your turn. Let's do a really quick test. So it's gonna be time for our first workshop activity. Pau?
Yeah, but before that, I would love everyone to use the Hacking HR discount. If you use that, you'll have an amazing discount. You can start benchmarking your profiles. You can start using it for your recruitment needs or also for your evaluation needs. You can scan the QR code here in case you're interested and start trying it. If you're curious about your own profile, this will be an amazing gift to you. Okay, so let's start the activity. Amaya?
Yeah. So this is the question tool test, as you can see. Take 3 minutes, or okay, let's make it 2 because of time, to think about all the AI tools you currently have in your HR stack, okay? So ask yourself these 3 questions. The first one is...
So, Amaya,
okay.
Before we jump into that, it would be amazing if they just scan the QR code here that will drive you to PolEv, and then we will be able to see your responses. Okay? Is everyone ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. So let's start.
So the first question is, can you show P&L results from a critical process? Like not a demo, like an actual outcome with a tool that you already have. Deliver measurable results in a critical process. This is the first question.
Oh my gosh, it is a harsh 100%. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, you're about to experience that with us. Okay, the third one.
The second one. The second one,
yeah.
Yeah, was your AI tool built specifically for HR? Like from the ground, not just as an existing platform. So it was really built for HR?
Wow, a consistent 100% again. That's amazing. Okay, now let's go to the third and final one.
And the third one is, does someone in your organization actively connect your AI tool to your talent processes and the culture, and not just manage the license? Is like really connects to your organizations and to your business? So, okay.
Okay, well, now it's 2080. I was starting to think that the tool was wrong and that something was happening and that there was an error in the background, but I can see that, okay, 86%. It is not 100%, but right now, yeah, it is looking like 13 or 1288. And this tells us something. I mean, it is not just us telling you, but it is all our clients, but not just that, but everyone in this call is experiencing the same thing. So all tools for new times and not connected to your actual processes, and maybe not even the right ones for the culture that you need. Thank you for doing that. Let's go into the next part. And the next part is about mindset. Okay, so we have talked about tools, the right tools for your organization, but now we're going to talk about the right mindset, because the one thing that we know in HR is that knowing definitely is not the same as doing. So we have a blind spot. We have many blind spots maybe, but there is one enterprise AI blind spot that has been here for a while, and we are not really seeing it. And 85% of all the AI initiatives are abandoned. The budget now is there. The budget didn't go anywhere. The budget was suspended, but the thing is that they were abandoned. And why is that? And when we got into all the information, Gartner and Rand knew why. And the core bottleneck is not technology. Again, the technology is there, but it is our culture, our cultural inertia. It is about the fear that we experience in our organizations, and also our people's capability. There is a severe baseline deficit in the employee agency. And again, this is an HR problem. And for me, it is not just a problem, but it is an HR opportunity. And that puts us in the driver's seat. So yes, we can look this as a crisis, but we can also look this as the opportunity to be the HR heroes here. You know, the 70-20-10 model that we have always used for training and so on? Okay, so the same pattern repeats here. The real allocation of all success is not algorithms and models. It is not tech and infrastructure. Of course, that is needed, but that in the whole, it is the 30%. The 70%, it is people, processes, and mindset change. And that is why we are talking about mindset right now. If we treat our employees as customers, you wouldn't give them a product that they hate, right? Because you wouldn't be selling anything. So why are we selling things that our people hate? Why don't we put ourselves in their shoes and think that maybe if there is friction, if there is fear, if there is friction that causes operational delays and creates more silos in the organization, obviously adoption will drop. And in despite of any other efforts that we can do, any management mandates, this will definitely happen. And obviously we don't want this to happen because the budget is there, and not just that, but also our hopes and the future of our organization is there. So there are 3 keys to unlock AI. And the first one is to replace the fear with the joy of discovery. And that brings us to the most important word here, that is curiosity, right? If we make our people curious, they will want to get in, put their hands in the table, and actually try to do things differently. So yes, let them try. The second thing is a beginner's mindset. People must be willing to say, I do not know, but why don't we try? Let's learn this together. And the third one is doing. Remember, all of the competencies, the real competencies that stick with us are the ones that we have practiced one time and again and again. Maybe we have failed in some, but we have always learned out of those trials. The rate of the AI adoption is strictly bound by the speed at which your workforce is willing to abandon its hard-won expertise. This silence is on purpose, because again, we are talking about people adopting technology. This is a people opportunity. And if you're thinking that maybe your experts are going to drive this ahead of you, maybe you're wrong, because they are the ones that will have to learn many of the things that they have been doing for the past years and have driven them to be actually successful, in their jobs. Maybe that is because they have been promoted, but what got them here won't get them there. And obviously that is fearful, right? If you have a workforce of about 100 people, 29 will have to be upskilled. 19 will have to be redeployed into new roles. 11 will be left behind because, and there will be no action to take. And 41 will be exactly on the same place that we are today. That means 59 of your current 100 people need urgent training. And yes, maybe you will be saying, but we already have training. We already have courses. We already have an LMS. And the question is not if they are training, but how are they training? And the key question is, would you board a plane whose pilot only watch videos about flying? Obviously not. I wouldn't. And I think you wouldn't either, right? Sports have scrimmages. The industry, the health industry, they have residencies. Why are we teaching our people as if this didn't exist? People need to practice. Practice makes masters. We don't need good intentions. We need actual practice. Imagine that every manager rehearses a conversation that they fear immensely with an AI counterpart that talks back, scores them, and never judges. That is psychological safety. That is where their curiosity, their beginner's mindset, and their willingness to try will actually come into play. So why don't we let them rehearse, measure them, give them feedback, and then repeat this again and again and again until actual mastery comes into place. So the gap from knowing to theory to surviving the conversation is on a complete different place. Let me put you this video to see how can we change the game.
Imagine being able to create any training scenario so your teams can practice and learn any situation, any conversation at scale, just by writing it. We present to you Practice Lab AI, the complete training solution through AI-powered simulations, made for anyone who wants to bring their training to life. Upload your training materials or describe your role-play scenario and experience hands-on learning in minutes, where you can practice your conversations with an AI person before the real moment arrives. Simulate real-world scenarios from one-on-one conversations like performance reviews with your boss to complex calls involving multiple parties. And after each simulation, receive personalized, data-driven feedback on your conversation, all powered by AI. Constructive and unbiased feedback that details your strengths and areas for improvement, helping you gain the confidence you need to truly feel ready. A single solution that allows you to build courses with simulations based on real-life scenarios, featuring configurable AI personas in multiple languages. Keep track of your team's progress, discover how well they are mastering the topics, and where they can grow. Additionally, monitor their performance over time. Everything you need to create, customize, and manage your entire organization's success in one place. With Practice Lab AI, training enters a new era, where efficient learning truly prepares you to face the real world.
Maya?
Thank you, Paula. So, as you just saw, these are simulations that are like real scenarios, okay? So it's getting developed in a safe space with objective feedback every single time. And this is how you build confidence before the real conversation happens, okay? Practice Lab is a tool that is going to let your people rehearse before that real moment, okay? This is going to be AI powered, and this can be used for any skill, okay? With instant feedback, as you just saw, measurable behavior change. And this is the 7-20-10 model that we just talked about, finally applied to the 70%, okay? That is the most difficult one to get. So here you can build practice for almost everything. Just as Paula said, it was the leadership feedback, and also tough talks that you can have as a leader. You can also apply it for sales team in order to have sales calls or customer service, and also objective handling of clients. But you can also use it for change management or customer service. So the AI avatar is going to have this role, and it's going to play a scenario, and it's going to actually talk back to you. So you are going to be able to practice like real life, okay? Your people is going to be able to practice unlimited times in a safe space, as we just mentioned, and they're going to get this feedback in order to improve their skills. And the leaders are going to get the dashboards showing the scores of the team. And actually also HR is going to be, they're going to be able to see the scores of the team and to see the improvement. So here is where you can actually look into the return of investment of the trainings, okay? And you can see all the participation that the team is having. This is going to deliver measurable skill gain in under 45 minutes. Imagine that. Let me show you a little bit more about this. So proving the return of investment on AI tool is one of the hardest things in HR, and we know it. But Practice Lab AI, it's going to solve 3 of these problems at once. So first, this is something that targets the right problem. So people forget what they learn because how they learn it, okay? They don't have room to practice, so they forget. Second, these tools really builds real confidence. They get to practice in a safe environment, so they're gonna have like their personal coach. And the third one is it celebrates the real skill process, okay? So this is not just about attending to a training session, it's about practicing and looking on how your improvement is going. And the most important part is people actually learn, and you can measure it, and here's a proof of this. This is the proficiency gap closing in real time, okay? This is a sample that we have around 1,500 leaders or users from different programs. We saw measurable improvement in proficiency in less than 45 minutes. Imagine that, okay? 45 minutes. Not a 12-week course, not 8 hours, no. This is the power of having this tool that you can use and use and use, but also gives you feedback and helps you really improve, like personally, not like a mainstream training. And it holds up across every different company. We have here 3 examples of deployments and measurable results with real humans. For example, at SAP, we aligned 1,000 global pre-sellers after an acquisition, and they saw 48% of skill improvement in just days. Imagine that. And they expand the program into bias and ethics because of how well it went. Then in Zoom, when they launched the Zoom phone, they used this tool across 1,650 resellers. And what they got, it was 50% better selling skills and 3 times more open opportunities than when they got with other tools of trainings, okay? And with other launches that they have previously. And for leadership feedback, we use it for Coca-Cola FEMSA, where managers were avoiding hard talks and hard feedback. So with them, they nearly improved 30% of this skill in just 2 hours, okay? And 86% of them report the confidence in these difficult conversations. And the cherry on the top is that people loves it. We have seen 90% of participation versus 61 that we have in the industry average has. And this is like, that's mindset, okay? That is something being really measured. And now for the third pick, back to you, Paola.
Thank you. And the pick 3 is definitely humanity. The more AI we put into work, the more human connection decides who wins. And this is the paradox of abundant technology. Any large model can generate 10,000 marketing strategies in 3 seconds, but it has zero capacity to build a workplace environment of trust, safety, mutual encouragement, and joy. That is something that we all need these days. This scarce resource is not longer the logical one. It is about connections. It is about emotions. It is about shared vulnerability. And it is about building a culture for everyone wants to be part of, right? And this is the strategic territory that we must all claim here. I think that this is a territory where we can be the brightest at, and it is the one that we are most passionate about. So we have everything to win in here. The World Economic Forum made an investigation, and they are very clear. As technical skills depreciate fast, the human ones are the ones that will appreciate the most. So which are they? Critical empathy, dynamic influence, cultural resilience, and these command the highest premiums by 2030. In other words, the skills that you can't automate are the skills that will cost you the most and matter the most. So let's name these unautomatable superpowers. The first one is active empathy. And it is about putting ourselves in the shoes on the other people. It is about listening the fear that they might have. It is about listening to the source of that fear, but not just listening, but also addressing that fear. It is about understanding how to influence others and how can we get to them and can they get to others. The second one is about ethical stewardship. So we have said that the technology is not the problem, right? The technology is there, and it is going to be there, and it is going to be even more amazing that we are seeing the technology is right now. But our moral compass is the one that will stand as the ethical spine. The third one is about high trust connection. So it is not just connecting to others, but really connecting. And the really connecting part is about trusting one another. So cultivating psychological safety, cultivating a winning mindset, but also a mindset where people can actually fail and learn and understand and try again until they get it, is where we can actually do an amazing thing over there. And we can see this with the symbiosis equation. So we have focused a lot of our work doing transactions and not doing real transformation. And why don't we let the AI absorb the transactional friction? We are not made for that. We have gotten used to it, but we are not made for that. Let the AI take that, let the technology take that, and let us do the transformational work. The work that actually matters. The work that involves other people, mentorship, deep listening, problem solving, complex things and negotiations over there where we could actually make a difference. Let us be creative. Let us bring the breakthroughs that would actually change us, our organizations, our people, but also the world. Let's optimize ourselves. The more artificial the world becomes, the more authentic we need to remain. There is a silent crisis here. And the crisis is saying that people are not engaged to the work they are doing and to the organizations that they are part of. And this is losing the world. Just in the US, let's just put the US as an example, $10 trillion every single year. And the medicine is out there. The medicine is one that we already know, that is being human, that is being seen, appreciated. Recognition is not a perk. It is the retention infrastructure that is out there, that is cheap, or it doesn't even have a cost either. It is just a thanks. It is just a thank you. It is just a note. It is just an applause. It is just recognizing that someone did an amazing work. This will actually make your people stay in your company, recommend your company, but not just that, they will want your company to become better. And that is what we all want here, right? Culture is not a static thing. It's a living system. It is not an annual event. It is not the employee of the month thing. It is what makes your values visible. It is about recognizing the real behaviors, not what we say that we value. It is what we really value. It is understanding how the real work is done and how the real network moves, right? So who influences who, what is the risk, what are the frictions, and what can we do to actually do something else to improve our company, to improve the way we work, to be more efficient, but most importantly, to enjoy our work the most. And the other thing is to listen at scale. No more once a year employee survey. We don't need that. That is an autopsy. That is, hey, why are we like that, right? Why don't we continue to listen employees on a real-time basis? So we don't just listen to them, but make them feel listened. And not just that, but act upon what they are recommending and make them part of the solution. Culture is definitely the most underused data set in your company. And because we see culture as something fluffy, as something that we can't measure, we are not doing anything with that. But we can measure it. Culture is something that can be seen, can be measured, and can be acted upon that, right? We have to make it happen. And there are some tools that can make this happen. So Amaya, tell us about Start Me Up.
Thank you, Pau. So Start Me Up is a tool that is going to actually help you to build the culture consciously, okay? So culture is going to be built unconsciously or consciously. So this is something that is going to help us build the culture that we need in order to have success on the business, okay? So Start Me Up is going to make culture visible, measurable, and alive. We are going to be able to do this by using recognition, doing connection, and listening as living data. This platform is built on 3 pillars. The first one is making values visible, okay? This is going to be done through behavior-based peer recognition. Reading the real network of influence and risk, and also is going to help us listen continuously instead of once a year, just as Paola said. This platform is wired directly into the employee journey. So we can paint the employee journey and we can use this platform in order to accompany this one. From the first start, the day one that we're going to have this employee, we can give them recognition with the stars, but we also can help them with leader one-on-ones, ongoing nudges, and also check-ins. And the impact is going to be massive. We have 50% better retention, 62 higher productivity, and 2.6 times more satisfaction on employees that use this kind of tools, okay? And it works at a massive scale. Let's look into Grupo Santander. This is one of the world's largest banks in the world, like everywhere. It has over 95,000 employees across many countries, and they had to transform the culture, and the culture had to become really tangible and measurable, okay? So the annual surveys, they weren't working anymore. Values were just posters on the walls, and they were not behaviors in practice in the day-to-day basis. So they deployed a peer recognition platform that is Start Me Up, and they tied this platform to the values, and they automate the onboarding so people were connected since day one, okay? And they built recognized flow analytics to surface real influencers and then replace the annual survey with continual pulses. The result, it was 54% of staff actively recognizing each other shortly after launch, okay? And then the 95,000 people, they were building the culture in real time. And the culture, it became data. Now, one last quick reflection for you. Pau?
Yeah, thank you. Amaya, we have seen tools so far, 3 tools. We have seen numbers, and we have seen what actually matters. But we started saying that the real heroes pick all 3, right? 1 makes a project, 3 picks makes a system, but the 3 critical pain points that we have seen all over our clients, if we solve them, can deliver the best ROI. So if you're going to pick some tools, pick tools that will actually solve your problems. The right people in the right roles, decisions being de-risked by science, right skills being done by practice, rehearsed, measurable, understanding the ROI of training, and also making the culture visible. This is the talent flywheel. Predict who, practice how, recognize what matters, and obviously make a system that compounds together to build something that will actually endure. So what happens if you only pick one as the 5% as the 95% that we saw before? If you only pick tools, you will spend your budget, and congratulations, you have not joined the 95% of the companies that are not succeeding with AI. If you just work in the mindset, you'll have a lot of inspiration and motivation, but it won't have anywhere to go. If you only pick humanity, you will have an amazing culture. It will be warm, but maybe your company will not succeed in the future because you will be doing blind decisions and you will be doing things as in 2015, and the world has changed completely. So if you want to be one of the 5% that will actually be successful, integrate the 3 tools, mindset, and humanity right now, not tomorrow. So I'm gonna put a QR code in here. Let me, okay. Okay, there are gonna be 5 questions. I'm gonna put the QR in front of you. Please take a picture of it or scan it so you can go into the poll. And let's see where you stand on just 5 very, very, very simple questions. So I'll let you scan it. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And let's see. Okay. Let's see the questions. So the first one, can you predict who will thrive in a role that doesn't exist yet? Right now, 100% of you say, no. Right now, I cannot predict. Let's see the second one. Did any manager practice a hard conversation this month before having it? Okay, good. Now 67% of you, oh no, 50%. Everything is changing so quickly, just as the world is, right? Okay, so it is about 50-50 right now. Okay, so 50% did practice the conversations, 45%. Okay, around 50-ish, right? Are practicing before really having difficult conversations. And no wonder why they are nervous at leadership, right? The third one, can you see culture in live data or only in other anecdotes, annual surveys? Okay, just 18% of you, 18, is seeing this in live data, and 82% is about testimonials, anecdotes, what other people say. There is that data here. Your culture speaks. We are not listening. Does any AI in your HR stack shows results in critical processes in the business on the P&L? Yes or no? And right now, so far, 100% is saying no. That is hard. The last question, are your people learning faster than your industry is changing? 56% is saying no. Well, 60% now. You see, everything is changing. So yeah, everything is changing so fast, and our people need to learn, and they need us so they can learn in the right way. Thank you for answering these questions. If you answer 3 or more, you have a hole. And the name of that hole is HR. And we are HR. And we can get and grab this opportunity to actually be the heroes. We are Talent Lab. As we told you, we are a global, smart HR consultancy and tech firm. We do this for you. We don't sell just software. We are architects of talent systems that bring everything into life. We create ecosystems where all the peaks that we talked about in here, the tools, the mindset, and obviously the humanity, the culture, is on one place. We make this happen. We don't just implement tools. We do orchestrate systems that work for you. That is our job. Thank you for being here. We would love to know which peak is your weakest. Bring us your toughest challenges. We will show you what data says. That is why we are here. We are nerds. We love to study. We love people. We love data. We love systems. We love AI. And we know that if we do the right things, all these will actually work for you. I answer my LinkedIn directly. That is my link. That is my QR. You can book with me. You can talk to me. And obviously, you can also talk to Amaya. Please use your discount, HHR626. That is only for the Hacking HR community. It is an amazing discount, so you can try all these tools, all these systems, all this training, all this cultural data set that we have, and the systems that we know that will actually work. So thank you for being here. We exist to unleash your potential, and just by being here, you let us happen that today for us. So thank you again, and we're here for you.
Thank you, Talent Lab, for your amazing insights today. Well, folks, that's day 2, and here's what you walked away with. Build for scale from the beginning, not as an afterthought. Redesign the work because that's where the real value lives. Get ready for agentic AI. It's here and it's happening. Measure what it actually delivers, not just the promises. Scale without breaking trust, and know what you're depending on. Manage vendor risk. Tomorrow is day 3. It's about governance, regulation, ethics, equity, and sustainability. A couple of things before we wrap. I want to say thank you so much to our amazing summit sponsors, HiBob Talent Lab, Workday, Preflight AI, and Papaya Global. And here's the good news. You're getting an ebook early next week with all of the insights from today, from yesterday, and of course, tomorrow, day 3 of our summit. But you need to be officially registered for this summit to get that email with all the goodies. So make sure you register on AIXsummit.com. And the last thing, depending on your membership level, you're getting a certificate. And if you're Premium or Premium Plus, you're also getting HR education credits and a Pearson badge. So that's all coming your way. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in today, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow.